A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, karting fans of all nations of the world. Welcome along to the third round of the Latvian Cup, the Latvian Karting Cup, but more importantly, Rotax Max Challenge Latvia, live and direct from Jelgava. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, with you all the way through here on race day on the 5th of July 2025. We are halfway through at this point the road towards the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. And welcome along to the Rutilis race circuit, which has a length of 1,060 metres. And we're driving in an anti-clockwise direction around this fantastic circuit here in Latvia. It's a place I've visited before, and more to the point, we have plenty of racing to cover here. We have quite a lot, including Microax and amateur, Miniax and amateur, junior and amateur, junior plus junior amateur, senior, DD2, DD2 Masters, amateur DD2, DD2 Masters and heavy, and of course Tillitson T4. And there you see our first grid about to get underway with racing. 6 minutes plus an additional lap here for the first race of today's action. As you can see, it's a little bit overcast, a little bit windy in the air, but we've got the likes of Andreas Minusis, Emilis Kapkauskas, who will be starting on the front row, Kalis Bernssons and Askaras Bakutis, row 2, Timur Babenko and Jokubas Jurzaitis next up. After that, Tomas Norkus and Timas Limas, with Viljastaras Bakutis and Karims Kukutis rounding out the next row. Valteris Valstins, Rodrigo Kasparovics, Rodrigo Lapins, Rems Balos Nagrado rounding out the order. Now, looking back at yesterday's results, it was Emilis Jurzaitis that took the race victory in Heat 1 after 10 laps by 2.1 seconds ahead of Martis Lapins in the well, no, sorry, that's the Mini in the you can see how I'm trying to get around new side of things, but in terms of in terms of the amateur Microax, it was Viljastaras Bakutis that took the win after 10 laps by just over 0.4 of a second. And it was Askaras Bakutis that took the overall race win ahead of Kalis Bernssons by just under 0.7 of a second. So, wherever you're watching, both on Facebook and on YouTube, welcome along. I hope you're strapped in, ready for a long day, as we're going to be running to about 4:45 local time here in Eastern Europe. So the drivers will have to deal with the conditions. Hopefully we'll have a little bit more brighter weather here in Jelgava a little bit later on today, but the drivers will be getting themselves ready. They're going to be heading at the far part of the circuit. And then a short infield section which includes 2 hairpin turns. One here, and then the right-hander coming up, where we have in years past had a few accidents along the way. But we have, after Heat 2, the Super Heats, then we have the finals. So Manusis and Kapkauskas are on the front row as they come out of the final corner. They're being told to slow into the tram lines. Green flag drops first time, and we are underway into turn number 1, and it's going to be the run through the very first fast couple of corners into the second of the left-handers, into the fifth path chicane, and it is Emilis Kapkauskas that leads the way as we head into the infield section here at the circuit, and then round towards the top corner of the track. It's a 90 left. These top 4 have already started to break away in the early goings, screeching from the Mojo Racing tyres underneath them. But It is going to be Emilis Kapkauskas that is going to come out of the final corner and lead us along the journey after the opening lap ahead of Oskaras Bakutis, Andreas Manusis, and then we've got Carlos Bensons, Jokobas Juozaitis, Timur Babenko, Domas Norkus. Unfortunately, no Rodrigo Gasparovics in this race, it looks like. Well, it's just crossed the line. 16.5 seconds behind the race leader. But Babenko has lost out to Jokobas Juozaitis. These laps are going to go very, very quickly indeed. It's only just over 8 kilometre long, this track. 1,060 metres. And it's dry at the moment, 17 degrees Celsius. As Kapkauskas expands the lead to just over a quarter of a second ahead of Bakutis. Carlos Bensons in fourth, sets the new fastest lap of the race, 44.614. Timas Nimas has got past Tomas Norkus, and Timur Babenko has dropped another position. Rodrigo Lapins has lost out to Karems Kukutis for 11th spot. But it is incredibly close between the top four. They were covered by just over 0.6 of a second. So lap 3 completed, and it's Kapkauskas that expands the lead to just over 0.4 of a second ahead of Bakutis, Manusis and Benetton. So these four pretty much attached at the tarmac. Juozaitis has lost out to Timur Babenko, challenge for second, and that has worked. So that is going to be Andreas Manusis through on Oskaras Bakutis for second place. Carlos Bensons is waiting in the wings. There is a potential challenge for second place again. Andreas Manusis on the coattails of Andreas Manusis, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, 44.127. Once again, well, there's further changes down the order. Karems Kukutis has got past Valters Vaznis in the number 96. That is a change for 10th on the road, so all 14 drivers are still circulating. You can hear the screech of the tyres as they throw the carts into the corners. And more to the point, you've got to put your best foot forward. But at the meantime, the gap between the top four, 8.5 tenths. But Kapkauskas is trying to do his level best to stay ahead of the front of the field, stay at the head of the field so far. It's easier said than done. This is a hard track to lead at, but also if you've got the confidence and the intestinal fortitude to stay at the head of the field, you're absolutely fine. But sometimes it's not always the way. Coming down to just over a minute and a half, plus an additional lap remaining. New fastest lap of the race by the driver in second, Andreas Manusis, 43.930. And it's really closing in on Kapkauskas. So there could be a possible offensive here for the race lead. Not into the right-hand hairpin, but they have got two carts fighting in front of them. That's Balos Nagrado and Gasparovics that are going to be battling away, and they'll be showing the blue flag. It is the top two trying to get through. They do so. The two behind are getting stuck. Not what they need right now. Out of the final corner, we are going to have 3 laps of racing to go. And Rodrigo Gasparovics has got through on Rems Balos Nagrado for 13th place. But it's the battle at the front end of the field. Manusis versus Kapkauskas. And at the moment, Kapkauskas keeping a calm head on cool shoulders at the moment. So we are going to be very, very tight on time, but I think it's going to be one and one more. So through into the final corner they go again. 5, 4, 3, 2. So 2 laps to go. Literally, the timer expired as they hit T1. And now Manusis knows he's got to get a wriggle on and try and go after Kapkauskas for the race win. It's going to be easier said than done. And at the moment, well, these two drivers here, Emilis Kapkauskas was 5th in Heat 1, Manusis 3rd, so an improvement in positions, and there has been a change for the race lead. So Manusis has got the job done, but is going to have to defend it over the final lap. Here we go, just 1,000 metres remain, and Manusis holds on by 67 thousandths of a second, but Kapkauskas dives to the inside and nearly gets the job done by the piff-paff chicane. But Manusis, the kart was like super glue on the track. Wasn't going to budge for anybody. Looks like Rens Balance Nagrado is not going to finish the race, but the lead is now coming through to the final few corners. Manusis goes defensive, runs deep. Kapkauskas gets through, retakes the race lead. Oh, there's a little bit of a touch. Left front to right rear, but it's going to be the number 41 of Emilis Kapkauskas that takes the victory by nearly half a second ahead of Andreas Manusis, with Oskaras Bakultis rounding out the top 3. Carlos Bounsons takes 4th ahead of Timur Babenko as the last few drivers come across the line. So Jokobus Juozaitis 6th ahead of Timas Rimas, Domas Norkus, Karmis Kukutis, Vilis Taros Bakutis takes 10th. But there you see the race results for that. Unfortunately, Rams Balos Nagrado retiring with 4 laps. These are all provisional results for the respective drivers. So Emilis Kapkauskas, Andreas Manusis and Oskaras Bakutis round out your top 3 ahead of Berntsons, Babenko, Juozaitis, Rimas, Norkus. So there we go. Heat 2 out of the way for Micro and Microax and Amateur Microax. And next up, we will be very shortly going on to our next race of the campaign. So next up, it's going to be 6 minutes plus an additional lap for our second heat for Minimax and Amateur Minimax. Let's take you through the starting grid. It's going to be Emilis Juozaitis and Salivad Kurti, with Martins Lapins and Mikko Grantins rounding out row 2, Martin Streber and Klaus Hans rounding out row 3, Joris Stankiewicz and Joris Pluxner row 4. Rounding out the top 10 will be Dominik Stargis and Ivo Os. Gabrielus Derencius and Michaelis Suiber round out the next row, with Marks Kononovs and Henry Karastik rounding out the grid. Once more, it will be 6 minutes plus an additional lap, and then we'll go to juniors next up. And then all remaining heats for Heat 2 will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. And after we've got the second set of heats out the way, we'll have a little bit of a breather. So there will be the good old technical mid-time break, aka lunch. So wherever you're watching in the world, thank you so much for joining us. And if you are watching along, please don't forget to pop your names into the chat and let us know who you're supporting today. And we'll definitely make sure you get a shout out. So, drivers under starters' orders, and they are keeping us waiting. Out of the final corner, it's revs up, green flag drops straight away, and Emilis Shiwazaitis will lead the field into turn 1 and 2. They're at full throttle until they have to slightly jam on the brakes into turn 2, and then through the fifth lap chicane for the first time, as a change for the lead is going to happen. I think that could be Martin Salapins that is going to get through. Oh, that's going to be a bit of a bumpy ride there. But Emilis Shiwazaitis, who nearly runs onto the grass, now drops down to third place. Straight away on this opening lap, the elbows are out and sharpened well and truly. Battle for around about 8th, 9th and 10th, but after the opening lap, it is going to be Martin Salapins that leads. Martin Strebe, Salivad Kute round out your top 3 positions. Emilis Shiwazaitis and Mikko Grantins round out the top 5, covered by 1.2 seconds after the opening lap. Emilis Shiwazaitis won the opening heat of the weekend yesterday afternoon by a margin of about 2.1 seconds, but it was quite close behind. Because Salivad Kute with the MG Motorsport team running on the Falcon chassis, rounding out the top 3. Just under a further 2 tenths behind. And it was a further nearly 7 tenths back to Martin Strebe, who at the moment runs P2. Emilis Shiwazaitis in the 117 now down to 4th place, but has just put in the fastest lap. Salivad Kute on that black and high-vis green Falcon chassis. Dives to the inside of Martin Strebe, gets through at the hairpin, and that is P2. Juris Bluxner now past Dominic Stargis for 8th. Derencius past Kononovs and Ost for 10th position. Here's a scrap. That is the 117 of Shiwazaitis for MRG Racing. As they go through again into very quick combination of corners in the opening 2 turns. You can see that the track is well rubbered in. There's a lot of pickup, as there is going to be a further change. That is for P3, but there's going to be a switchback attempt. So Shiwazaitis and Drebe battling away over 3rd and 4th. Pair swapping positions like it's musical chairs. So we are getting towards the halfway point of the race. Martin Salapins, new fastest lap, 41.909, expands the gap over Salivad Kute to just a shade over 8 tenths of a second. Meantime, Shiwazaitis has got Drebe up the inside. Drebe's through, and Mikko Grantins also trying to get through as well at the same time, and able to make the positional change. All 14 drivers still running around the circuit at the moment, but Mikko Grantins was looking rather feisty up the inside through the right-hand hairpin on Emilis Shiwazaitis. But there is the Energy Corsa chassis of Klaus Hans. Is that Joris Stankiewicz, I believe? Let's just see. So you've got the 133, Mikko Grantins. So Martin Strebe has got past Emilis Shiwazaitis. That is P3. We're coming down to the final couple of minutes of this race. Plus that all-important additional lap. So Klaus Hans has dropped to 6th position. Behind Mikkel Grantins, they're on the 133 as they go through the Piff Paff chicane. Gabriela Sterencius down to 12th. There's Ivo Os goes up past Max Kononovs in the 131. That is a change for 10th on the road. Getting very, very much closer and closer every single lap towards the end of this second and final heat for Miniax. And Martins Lapins, who took second in Heat 1, now starting to build a bit of a lead. Oh, bit of a touch there, and off into the grass goes Martin Streber after a late challenge from Emilis Juozaitis in the 117. The driver from Lithuania for MRG Racing managing to get through, but not too sure. There might have been the slightest touch between the pair, and then all of a sudden Streber found himself going through the grass. Could have ended up in the local forestry with the wildlife. But we have 2 more laps to go. Martin Streber drops all the way down to 8th position after that exchange. But nevertheless, is still going. Next time around, we will have the last lap underway. And Salih Faikulte having to battle away. There's quite a few changes for position. Who is that in front of Salih? That might be Klaus Hans, I believe. All through the hairpin. Round the outside goes the energy course chassis. And just behind there is the 113 of a very, very irate, I would say, Martin Streber. We're on to the penultimate lap of this race. 3 line astern going into turn 1 at breakneck speed. Streber sideways into turn 2 on Van Kulte, unable to make the move. And Joris Bluxner right on the rear. But there is Martins Lapins, who's pulled a big old gap. That is going to be the best part of nearly 1.8 seconds, I would say, as we're about to head on to our last lap of this race. And look at the squabble here at the back of it. It's Joris Bluxner, who's trying to go round to the inside, making it 2 for the price of 1, was it? No, well, the checkered is out, and Martins Lapins wins Heat 2 by just 1.7 seconds ahead of Salih Faikulte as the last driver. Estonia's Henry Kadastik is due to cross the line and does so, but Martins Lapins, second in Heat 1, wins Heat number 2 here at Jelgava as the junior drivers are in the dummy grid awaiting their response. They'll be told to fire up their engines. So Martins Lapins takes the win ahead of Salih Faikulte, with Emilis Juozaitis rounding out the top 3. Mikkel Grantins in 4th, ahead of Klaus Hans, with Joris Stankiewicz rounding out the top 6. Martin Streber, Joris Bluxner, Dominik Stargis and Ivo Os rounding out the top 10. Max Kononovs, Gabriela Sterencius, Mikkel Streber and Henry Kadastik rounding out 14 strong grid. And that is how they provisionally finished. Drivers now going on to the weighbridge, and then the carts will then be lifted onto the trolley jacks and taken back to the awnings, ready for fettling and getting everything rather nice and ready for the superheats coming up after the lunch break. There's Matas Balcius on the 228 Tony kart. So let's take you through the grid for Rotax Max Junior as they get underway with their formation lap. Maius Mazinas will be starting on pole position, and alongside will be the 210 from Latvia, Marko Plinta. Patrikas Jokius and Matas Balasius will be on row number 2 with Markus Jauk and Rudolfs Alexis rounding out row 3. Keita Spike, obviously related to Marta, who recently celebrated a birthday earlier on this week, so many happy returns to Marta Spike, so I would imagine being related. So they were on the formation lap, they have sent them round again. So Maius Mazinas took the victory after 12 laps by nearly a second from GS Racing Club's Patrikos Jokius in the 251 with Marko Plinta rounding out the top 3 on the road. And good to see already got some activity on the YouTube chat, so Laura Gerasmovica supporting Mikkel Suiber as the drivers come out of the final corner. 7 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Green flag drops were underway. Mazinas will lead the field into turns 1 and 2, followed by, I would imagine, Patrikos Jokius there, who's already got through on Marko Plinta rather easily. But they go through the pit-path chicane into the right-hand hairpin. A high speed, so hard on the brakes, rotate the car, turn it in, put on the power. And then through to the top corner of the circuit at breakneck speed. So after the opening lap, Mazinas leads by a hair's breadth, just over 0.17 of a second ahead of Patrikos Jokius, who was right on his rear bumper. Going through into turns 1 and 2, into the chicane. Jokius could sign up a move very shortly, but thinks better of it at this point. Discretion being the better part of valour, as the first minute has already ticked away rather quickly. And before you know it, we'll have completed lap number 2 very shortly. As Marko Plinta going on the offensive, has got Markus Jauk not too far behind. Through the final corner, Plinta gets through, Jauk gets through. And Patrikos Jokius for an initial moment loses 2 spots on the bounce through 2 respective corners. When you make the move up from Mini to Junior, boy, is it a steep learning curve. But Maius Mazinas, son of well, as they say, the apple does not fall far from the tree. So, more to the point, Patrikos Jokius loses out to Marko Plinta as they cross the line to complete lap number 3. So Jokius loses out and ends up down into 4th position. These laps are quickly going away. We're already on the verge of completing 4 laps of this race circuit here at Jelgava, 1,060 metres. Markus Jauk at the moment has the best lap of the race so far, 40.277. Now makes that a 40.031 and gets to within 0.77 of a second of Maius Mazinas up front. So Maius Mazinas, the son of Mikolas Mazinas, who will be in action A little bit later on with DD2 and DD2 Masters, we'll be running at the same time. But past the halfway mark, Marius Mazinas is leading by just under 0.8 of a second. Ahead of Marcus Jalk. Michael Plinter now sets a new fastest lap time and dips underneath the 40-second barrier for the first time in this race. 39.969 for the 210. Who is closing on Marcus Jalk. So there could be a good battle here for second in the offing, with the top three actually covered by just under 1.1 seconds. It is anybody's guess as all. Vatrikas Jokius, the kart looking a little bit loose going through the pit path chicane. Nearly opened the door for Keita Spike to get through, with the 251 held his ground and kept the kart on the racing line. Two and a quarter minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And Marco Plinter sizing up a move on Marcus Jalk. This could happen at any point during proceedings. As now, Plinter attacks, dives to the inside, neat and comfortable as you like. Gets through, that's second secured now. Whether he keeps a hold of it is dependent on the driver behind him. As Marco Plinter ups the ante with the fastest lap trade-off, 39.810. We complete lap number 8, and Plinter last time round did a 40.0. Personal best by Marius Mazinas, a 39.862, which now expands the gap between first and second, the leading margin at the moment by just over a second. And what's more, all drivers so far have, at this moment, all drivers so far have kept themselves on the circuit. But we will probably have another 3 laps after this one to go until we hit the checkered flag for Rotax Max Junior. And at the minute, the drivers seem to be in a pretty good rhythm, I would say. So we are going to get 2 more laps. So Mazinas leads the way by 1.1 seconds ahead of Plinter. Marcus Jalk rounding out the top 3, closing in on the 210 just up ahead. And what's more, the gap is starting to expand a little bit more between Marcus Jalk from Estonia and Lithuania's Patrikas Jokius in the battle for 3rd and 4th. 1 lap to go. And Mazinas doing exactly what he needs to. Staying at the front end of the field. But can Marco Plinter hold on to second position? Marius Mazinas in the meantime is 1 more corner away from securing victory in this second race. There's the checkered. Marius Mazinas takes the win ahead of Marco Plinter. Marcus Jalk rounds out your top 3. Patrikas Jokius needs to have a little bit more luck on his side as the GS Racing Club driver, but still manages to finish a credible 4th ahead of Keita Spike, with Rudolf Alexis and Matas Balsius rounding out the 7 strong finishers. So there are your provisional results, pending any sporting and technical checks post-session. Next up, we will have our next heat for Rotax Max, and that will be seniors up very shortly. So that is Linus Volunjevicius for SM Racing, winner in Heat 1. Doing some jumping up and down on the spot. Every driver has a different way in which to compose themselves and get themselves ready. So probably just to activate the muscles a little bit. Some drivers opting to sit down in their karts. Good to see Artyom Sestakov's back on the grid. He's also been doing a lot of mechanicking and driver coaching. Adrian's Tions to the other side as the grid is being cleared of the mechanics, and the drivers will settle themselves down. So mechanics have been cleared. Volunjevicius took the win ahead of Galis Kirikovs in the opening heat of the weekend by just under 0.2 of a second. The top 6 rounded out by Tom Strehler, and that driver for quite a long time. In the 328 runs with SM Racing, also continues to compete in continental Europe like a lot of the drivers do these days. And the Eastern European talents are ones that you really have to keep your eyes on wherever they race in the world, because they are incredibly competitive. So, did find that Ilias Shelometa's kart was outside of the tolerances with regards to the front bumper in the previous heat, so had a 5-second time penalty added to the total time. So, engines now start in the dummy grid. 30 seconds until the drivers are let go for what will be an interesting 7-minute plus an additional lap heat. So here is your starting grid. Linus Vicious will start on pole position. Tom Strela alongside on the front row. Then it's Artyom Sestakos and Adrian Stions, row 2. Bruno Perle and Marius Karsiaukas, row 3. Galis Kirikovs and Romans Rodinovs next up. Followed by an all-Estonian row with Jol Kaspar Jokpera and Oliver Kerg. I managed to catch up with Jol a little bit earlier on this season. He's been racing elsewhere in a different competition altogether. Elisa Stolchamani and Martins Valtz will be next up ahead of Ilya Sheremeta and Marta Spike, who celebrated her 18th birthday earlier on this week. Timis Pasarika and Hans Markus Narösk. And then it'll be Kaios Petkus, Ketrobi Seva, Jonas Litko, Liud Kakauskas, Atims Baranovs. Not showing on the grid, but this is going to be, as always, in terms of Rotax competition, very, very competitive indeed. We've got 3 more races after this to go to the lunch break, and then we will restart things up with the superheats at 20 to 1 this afternoon. So it gives everyone, including the marshalling team, a big thank you to them as always for their support and hard work as always. Great to hear from Devon Sigardi via Instagram. Happy to hear you commentating in the Baltics once again. It is an absolute pleasure. So hopefully, Devon, I'll see you in action a little bit later on, so you get to hear my dulcet tones once again whilst you're racing. But the drivers now get into formation. Expect the fireworks to start at some point, whether it's early or later on in this 7-minute plus an additional lap race. Linus Volunjevicius and Tom Strela will control the pace as they exit out of the final corner into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights, well, the green flag drops and we're underway. And straight away Tom Strela losing a couple of positions. He's down to 4th. He's got Adrian Stion towards his inside. But manages to cut the nose off of the 371 as they head through the chicane and into the fast right-hand hairpin coming up. A bit of side-by-side action towards the back end of the field as they come through towards the top corner of the circuit into the 90 left at breakneck speed. So, Linus Volunjevicius leads after the opening lap. It's Sestakovs in 2nd, Bruno Perle in 3rd, Tom Strela 4th, Galis Kirikovs now in 5th, ahead of Jokasper Joipera from Estonia. Elisa Stolchamani, Roman Zrodinov, Adrian Stions and Oliver Kerg round out your top 10. So this has become a bit of a peloton race at the moment in the early stages. With the, look at this, top 19 out of 20 drivers covered by 4.5 seconds. As died to the inside, that would have been Adrian Stions on Roman Zrodinov. So a change for round about 8th position. Volunjevicius holds on to a slender lead. Timis Pesarica in the number 341, rounding out the top 13. New fastest lap of the race, 39.626. As Volunjevicius is the cork in the proverbial bottle. But at the moment in this senior Rotax second heat, no one's really putting their card, well, they're keeping their cards very close to their chest. You can see the clouds looking a little bit darker in the background as Chance, well, I think that might have been Jokasper Joipera trying to get through on Galis Kirikovs. There's Elisa Stolchamani, the younger sister of Thomas Stolchamanis, now in single-seaters. Sestakovs is looking for a possible window of opportunity to go through for the race lead at turn 1. But at that point, there was not enough room for... Oh! And a big incident behind. Elisa Stolchamani up and over. And that's on Jol Kaspar Joipera, the driver on the Sodi kart, having a big old off. And that has dropped Elisa Stolchamani, I would imagine, right to the back of the grid. Hopefully she's got the kart going again. But at the front end of the field, the top 5, rounded out by Karlis Kidikovs, have broken away. They are covered by just under 5.5 tenths of a second. Good to see Elisa Stolchamani in the 344 now back out on circuit. But look at this top 5. You cannot cover him without a... Oh, there's a move for the lead. A great job there by Artyom Sesnikovs. But was there a problem for Linus Volunjevicius? Yes, there was. He got caught out. Not too sure if the cart was trying to be... Well, he had to back out of the way. There could be more drama here. 318 on 328. Bruno Perla versus Tom Streller. Then there's Karlis Kidikovs right behind them. And that is for P2 on the road. Volunjevicius drops to 5th. Marius Karasiaukas down in 12th. Sets the new fastest lap of the race. 39.385. And the battle for second downwards is heating up quicker than a kitchen for an army base. Three minutes to go plus an additional lap. And Artyom Sesnikovs, the 357, has got underway with a leading margin at the moment of just over a second ahead of Bruno Perla. Tom Streller in 3rd. Karlis Kidikovs 4th. Kidikovs, does he look to stick his nose up the inside? On that particular occasion, the answer is definitive no. And Joel Kaspar Jupura, who was involved in that incident, well, was collected by Elisa Stolchamani, but in the meantime, Kidikovs has just lost out to Volunjevicius. There's Adrian Steons waiting there in the wings, along with Roman Rodinovs. Marius Karasiaukas now past Timas Peserica. That is for 9th place on the road. Bruno Perla now trying to close that gap to Artyom Sesnikovs. And just went in with a 39.207. New fastest lap of the race for the 318. So coming up to 1 minute and 3/4. And there is Volunjevicius. He's through on Karlis Kidikovs. Now can start chasing down those in front. Into turn 1 at breakneck speed at over 110 kilometers an hour. Carrying the speed nicely through turn 1 and into 2. So Volunjevicius has got to pick his moments here. Try not to allow those behind to get one up on him. There is a change a little bit further back. That is Tom Streller through on Bruno Perla for 2nd place. Now Streller can go after Artyom Sesnikovs. Of course, Tom Streller, a known quantity with regards to when he was a Miniax driver all those years ago, battling away with a certain driver by the name of Jacob. Well, he battled against Jacob Ashcroft, Boris Maximov, and Tom Streller has the new fastest lap of the race, 38.957. There's Adrian Steons, who is now ahead of Karlis Kidikovs, so change there for 5th position. They've got the 362 of Roman Rodinovs not too far behind. Rodinovs might be able to throw a little bit of a fly in the ointment, so to speak. A little bit of fly. Oh, wait, there's a fly in my soup. But the timer has expired. Next time around, we will be going onto the final lap of this race, and the battles are thick and fast up and down the order. There's been an incident in the background, and that was Hans Markus Nerus. I think possibly Ilya Sheremetyev involved in that too. The 390, or was it Martin's Volts? It was Martin's Volts, I'm afraid. They both went straight on, having collected each other. But Latvian Sestakovs, the 357. RMRG Racing has done a stellar job. The minute he hit the front, he was not going to let go out of the final corner, and it is the checkered for the 357. Good effort there by Tom Strela. Improvement on Heat 1's performance, finishing second ahead of Bruno Perla. Ines Volonjevicius will have to settle for fourth on this one, ahead of Adrian Stions, Galis Kilikovs, Romans Rodinovs, Oliver Kirk, Marius Karasiaukas, and Timis Peserica rounding out the top 10. Marta Spike, 11th, ahead of Ilya Sheremetyev, with Jorkas Boyopera, Kaios Petkus, and Kate Drobiseva rounding out the top 15. Hans Markus Narusk, Jonas Liurkauskas, Martin Volts, Alisa Stolchamani, and Artemis Baranovs rounding out the finishing order. So there are your provisional results for Heat 2 for seniors. We will see them a little bit later on for their Super Heat. But up next, it's DD2 and DD2 Masters. So the engines now fire up. So we go from direct drive to gearbox, as it is time to send them on their way. Here for DD2 and DD2 Masters, heat number 2 at Jelgava. And here is your starting grid. Edgars Vilkans and Devin Sigardi will be lining up on the front row of the grid. Earlier on today, wet race conditions were declared, so it was a free choice of tyres for the drivers. Martin Sionovskins of Roland Spruder will be on row 2. Pritsai and Richard Vargas will be on row 3. Pritsai, the highest placed in the DD2 Masters classification. Mikolas Mazinas will be joined by Tonis Johannes Domingas on the next row, head of Norris Gerolaitis and Andres Upkau, with Rudis Klavins, Jurisalaitis, Ivaras Us, Ekenorm and Rodrigo Frams rounding out your next, well, your last few drivers on the grid. Pritsai picks up the win ahead of Mikolas Mazinas and Rudis Klavins after 12 laps, whereas Edgars Vilkans on the Sodi kart would lead the way and finish ahead of Devin Sigardi, with Martin Zianovskis rounding out your top 3 in the previous heat. So once again, we are under starters orders for this particular adventure into the unknown. Over the next 7 minutes plus an additional lap. So, out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs up, green flag drops, we're underway and racing. As all, there's already a tangle on the start-finish straight, and one exit stage left. Managing to keep out of the way of the marshals, but Edgars Vilkans gets the whole shot he needed. Looks like Martin Zianovskis might have just made it up into P2 past Devin Sigardi. Those clouds are looking a little bit grayer out there, so possibility of wet weather incoming here at Jelgava. Last time I visited this circuit, I think it was a couple of years ago when we had really, really beautiful, wonderful sunshine. I've been a couple of times, I think, Ropaci Novas, 333 Baltic circuit. Oh, looks like Mikolas Mazinas has not gotten off to the greatest of starts and did not actually pass the start-finish line, so the 577 from Lithuania is out. Tonis Johannes Domingas, I think, might have just got part of Ricard's Vargas. Vargas for position. And just behind them, they've got the driver leading in the Masters classification, the 519 of Pritsai. Edgars Vilkans leads ahead of Martin Zianovskis. Devin Sigardi with the fastest lap of the race, 39.134, and that wonderfully liveried Lando Norris chassis. So Domingas through on Veg Vargas. Rudis Klavins through on Andreas Upkau, with Derelitis overtaking Frams, with Mikolas Mazinas out of the race, I'm afraid. He's got a bit of work to do in the superheat and the finals coming up a little bit later on, but now completing the first couple of laps in the first 2 minutes, and Vilkans continues to hold on to a slender lead. Sigardi looking for a move very shortly on Janovskis. That's going to be easier said than done as they go through the pit pass chicane. Sigardi sideways and kept it locked in, the throttle fully lit open, and onto the floor on that Lando Norris chassis. But Vilkans coming under pressure from the two behind. Janovskis and Sigardi closely following suit behind the Sodi kart driver. Roland Spruder is not too far behind either and is catching them corner by corner as they hurtle their way through into turn 2. So line astern between the top 3 as they go through the pit pass chicane. into the hairpin. And Sigardi is starting to close into the rear bumper of Janowskis. Wants to get that second position. When will he dive to the inside? Probably not quite yet. Might wait until turn 2 on the next lap. They come out of the final corner. Vilkans continues to lead after 5 laps of racing. And when is Sigardi going to pull the trigger? Not quite yet. He's right in the draft. Going into turn 2. Will he go through the Piffas chicane? That time he was a little bit neater, was the Estonian. And he sets the fastest lap of the race, a 38.932 a couple of laps ago. But he's hounding Janowskis, who is nearly buckling under the pressure from the Estonian behind him. And there goes Sigardi. Textbook late dive bomb, late on the brakes, and sent it like he meant it. Great job there by Sigardi to get through on Janowskis to take P2, but that has allowed Roland Spruder to close in on Janowskis. In the meantime, the 425 running on the Birillart chassis. And is he going to get an opportunity to go through? Not quite yet here at the hairpin, but it will only be a matter of time. There are some spots on the camera lens through at the far part of the top corner of the circuit, so whether we might be on that cast. Well, that was a look there from Spruder on Janowskis, and Janowskis now has Dominguez for close company. And you can see how these drivers are trying to fight the circuit, so to speak, a little bit here. But those clouds are looking rather menacing. So are we having a little couple of spots of rain? Well, there is on that camera lens there. So this could be the point in the race day whereby we do go fully wet. But that is dependent on how quickly the atmospherics change here in Jelgava. And we've got a yellow flag at turn 2, snow overtaking. We have got one, and that is Ricards Vegvargas that has, I think, dropped all the way down to last place, and I don't think he's going to take any further participation in the race itself. So that is Mazinas out, Vegvargas out. So down to 13 runners and riders we go. Edgars Vilkans now coming under severe pressure from Devin Sigardi. We have got just over a minute to go, plus an additional lap. So 3 laps to go, including this one. Sigardi waiting for the opportunity. The yellow flag has been retracted at turn number 2. Andres Hulkaup now through on Rudis Klavins. Pritzai leading the DD2 Masters classification ahead of Juris Alaitis by quite a comfortable margin, 5.5 seconds. That's more than comfortable. That is, put your feet up, grab yourself a cup of tea, put on your smoking jacket and get your pipe and slippers. And at the moment, the top 4 rounded out by Roland Sprude were covered by 9/10 of a second on the previous lap. Now make that 0.86 as we go on to our penultimate lap. So lap 11 out of 12 underway. Sigardi still trying to put the heat on Vilkans, but Vilkans has been soaking up the pressure like the proverbial sponge at the meantime. Timer now, hit 0. Next time will be the final lap of the race. And dramas also for Juris Alaitis, who's dropped down to 10th and has been overtaken by Ruris Klavins in the DD2 Masters classification. Last lap underway. And everyone's looking all over the shoulder. Going into turn 2 for the final time. Sigardi trying to carry the momentum through to give him all the spur he needs to try and get past Edgars Vilkans. Through into the hairpin for the final time as they hit the top corner of the circuit once more. But this is the last opportunity for Devin Sigardi. Looks for the late move that he did a little bit earlier on, but Edgars Vilkans anticipated, parked his Sony kart exactly where he needed to do, and that was enough to pick up the win. So, Vilkans wins ahead of Sagadi. Janovskis P3. Roland Sprudo running at your top 4. Covered by 0.7 seconds after 12 laps of racing. Yonis Tonis Dominguez rounds out the top 5 ahead of Pritsai, who once again takes another heat victory in the DD2 Masters side of things. Andreas Silkau, Rudis Klavins running at 2nd, finishes 8th, finishing 2nd in DD2 Masters, 8th overall ahead of Norris Shedolitis, with Julius Olitis running at the top 10, and thereby the top 3 in Masters ahead of Ignom, with Ivarasus, Rodrigo Frams, Ricardo Vargas unfortunately retiring with 5 laps to go, technical issue, and Nicolas Mazinas unfortunately with that start-finish straight issue, unfortunately contact, and the Lithuanian was out. Next up we've got amateur DD2, DD2 Masters and Heavy. So the green flag waves for amateur DD2 and heavy, along with the amateur DD2 Masters as well. In the previous heat, it was Carlos Bricius who starts on pole position that took the win in amateur DD2 ahead of Edmund Zuskovic, who will be lining up alongside on the front row. Bruno Van Heinens and Kristaps Kalixons rounded out the top four in amateur DD2 ahead of Edisos and Nis Vaznis in the 5:33. Marcos Spikis took the win in DD2 heavy ahead of Dimitris Antunovics, with Martin Spikis and Arturs Zenis rounding out the four finishers. Unfortunately, Juris Spikis did not take the start for the first heat yesterday afternoon. Whether that form may continue into today's running will be anyone's guess, but we'll find that out once the lights go out. So after this, we'll have Tillitson T4. They will have their last heat before we have our lunch break and then get underway with the finals at about 12:40. That's 20 to 1 Eastern European time. So into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, green flag drops. We're underway and racing. Vicious leads the field into turns 1 and 2. Got to be very, very careful over the first lap or two. As all, spinner in the mid-pack catches somebody else out. And that was the 5.34 of Juris Spikis that spun around. As all, drama's further still. And that is... Oh, watch the rejoin there, Mr. Marcus Spikis. Not exactly what the Sony kart driver wanted at that point. But... I do say that rubbing's racing, but karting is a non-contact sport. So Juris Spikis, that is a very, very askew nose cone for Bruno Van Heydens. As Zuskovic, I think, has just gone through on Antunovics in the 5.05 for position. As Carlos Bricius puts in a 39.993, and after 2 laps has scarpered up the road to the tune of about 3 seconds ahead of Edmund Zuskovic. He's got Van Heinens not too far behind, but that front nacelle panel is looking very askew to the right hand side, but still holding on for dear life on the front end of that Pirelart chassis. Some battling a little bit further back with Artur Zenis and Marcus Spikis. Battling over 8th overall. As you can see, that front nacelle is not helping Van Heinens in the 488. Losing time to Zuskovic on the 551 Sony kart. That finds itself into the next left-hander. But Carlos Bricius doing a sterling job at the front end of the field, scarping away. It's like a hot cat, a scalded cat on a hot tin roof. I'm trying to get my words out right, and it's not quite working at the moment. But Bricius, another new fastest lap of the race, 39.947. So fast coming down to the midway point of this race. Oh, this could be a bit brave here. 558 or the 588 of Edisos has just been passed by 523 of a hard charging Marcus Spikis. So Spikis now back up into 6th position. And Nisvaznis unfortunately did not take to the start. So 10 drivers due to finish this race, as long as we don't have any contretemps in the latter stages of this 7-minute plus an additional lap heat. Here at Jelgava, or Jelgava. Of course, for those wanting a reminder, the final few rounds of the championship will be RMC Latvia, the Latvian Challenge and the Latvian Karting Cup on the 8th to the 9th of August, and then we've then got the 5th round of the of Rotax Latvia, along with Rotax Nordic, which will be the final round the week later, the 15th to the 16th of August, and then Jelgava will be hosting the final round of the season, 19th to the 20th of September. So Juris Spikis has pulled the cart into the pits and has retired from the race on lap 4. We've just completed lap 7 with Galis Brisius now nearly a whopping 4 seconds up the road, 3.911 to be precise. So Galis Brisius having just put in a 39.702, the only driver that's been consistently in the mid to high 39s. So air temperature still around about 17 degrees Celsius, give or take a pinch of salt with that. The track is dry, then the clouds look otherwise up front in the air above, and still this battle rages on like a good one. So we're on lap 10 at the moment, and this could be an opportunity. There's a move by Kristaps Kalixons on Dimitris Antunovic, who tries to wrestle his way back through at turn 2. That nearly catches out Marcus Spikis, who's nearly up to 5th place, but Spikis will not need a second invitation if you open up the barn doors well and truly wide. And through tries to go Spikis on Antunovic, but on this particular occasion they are still wrestling tooth and nail with their steering wheels and with each other. 2 laps effectively are remaining. Could this be side by side through T1? Not quite. Nearly. But the timer has hit 0. But with just a handful of drivers to come across the line, Edisos, Artur Zenis, and soon to be Marcus Spikis. They are the 9 drivers still circulating at the track. But Galis Brisius is going to run away with this one, takes the checkered flag and is going to win by a country mile. It's like he's trying to find his way over to Riga as quickly as possible. Takes the win ahead of Zuskovic by 6.7 seconds. There's a battle here That is for 5th on the road. Calixons will finish 4th behind Van Haynen's. And who is going to take 5th place? It is Markus Spikis in the 523 ahead of Dimitris Antunovics, Edisos Atuzenis, and Martin Spikis coming across the line to finish 9th. Juris Spikis out with 8 laps to go, and Endis Vaznis unfortunately out very, very early indeed. And Kalis Borisius with the fastest lap of the race overall, 39.550, as the drivers make their way into pit lane. Let's have a look. There are your provisional results, as there is one more heat to go before the lunch break, and then we go into the super heats. Next up, it's Tillitson T4 Latvia.
gracefully there.
So there's going to be two drivers. Apologies, I've had some technical difficulties my end there. But last lap is underway. Daniels Petris-Beresins has got one lap to go. We've had two retirements. Kirill Dimitrievs was running second. Ralph Lanes was running a little bit higher up the order. He's going to finish in 13th by way of being classified. There's the 971 of Robert Zenis, who is running in P12 at the moment. But this man here, Daniels Petris-Beresins, has kept the four-stroke engine Tillitson T4 with its... look, he's understeering. He's trying to turn the cart left. And look, it's just being very, very gingerly on the throttle. And has gotten the job done. So Daniels Beresins is going to win the race here in Tillitson T4 heat number 2. And is sideways and spins it 360 whilst the checkered is flailing. He came out of that corner, applied the power, and the back end's all over the place. Manages to get across the line. Who's going to be second? It's Christian Zlazdans. Edvards Jimenez is also going to cross the line in P3. Who's going to be fourth? Manish Ladsans and Valters Volotsavovs. They will have the likes of Rudolf Beresins and Dacic Rosberger crossing line. Dacic Rosberger finishing 6th, Rudolf Beresins 7th. Rem Schmitz will come across the line to finish in 8th. Marcus Heidmanis will come across the line to finish 9th, ahead of Maya Gomberga in 10th, with Robert Zenis running out 11th, ahead of with Kirill Dimitrievs and Ralph Lanes, unfortunately, retiring from the race on lap 5 and 4. There are your provisional race results for Heat 2 for Tillitson T4 here at Jelgava. So apologies once again with regards to the commentary side. Technical issue from my instance. So, but the main thing is Daniels Beresins takes the win in heat number 2. And for the moment, that is going to wrap things up for the morning's action. As we are just coming up to, we've just gone past 10 to 12 local time here in Jelgava. We'll be back here on the live stream, provided by our good friends at No Limits, just before 20 to 1, as we'll get underway with the super heats and then the finals for round 3 here at Jelgava. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the Jelgava circuit for round 3 of the Latvian Karting Cup, the Latvian Karting Championship, and of course, Rotax Max Challenge Latvia. As you can see, well, and as you probably saw and heard by the images and the audio that we had during the lunch break, that rain has saturated the Rotax circuit here, 1,060 meters. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, welcoming you all back as we are about to get underway with the first of our superheats. So the combined results. Oh, well, we've had a bit of a coming together. They do say that 2's company, but 3 definitely does make a crowd. That we could be going around for another formation lap, but the combined results of heats 1 and 2 will put together the grid for the superheat. So they are going to go around again. The grid will be as follows: Oskaras Bakutis, having scored 3 points for Heat 1 and Heat 2, having finished as the race winner in the opening heat of the weekend. We'll have Jokavas Juozaitis, well, it'll be Oskaras Bakutis and Emilis Kapkauskas alongside. Then you'll have a total of 14 drivers: Andreas Minusis and Carlis Bernssons, who will be starting on row number 2. Timur Babenko and Jokavas Juozaitis on row 3. Then it will be Timas Slimas and Domas Norkus, Karims Kukutis and Viliestaris Bakutis rounding out the top 10. Valters Vaznis, Rems Balos Nagrado, Rodrigo Lapins and Rodrigo Gasparovics round out your grid. So we up the ante to 8 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. It is going to be red flagged, it looks like, as our head steward is on the start-finish line. So we have our first red flag of the day. So 3 drivers came into contact with one another. So they are just rearranging the grid positions. There you see some of the Miniax drivers standing at the end of the dummy grid. They are going to send them round again, so they've just had to double check the starting order. So engines will now be fired up, and then the green flag will wave for the drivers to get underway. So another brief reminder, it's going to be Bakutis on pole position, which will be on the right hand side of your screens with the way the camera is pointing down the start finish straight. Kapkauskas on the outside of the front row with Manusis and Benetons on row 2. Babenko and Juozaitis row 3. Rimas and Norkus row 4 with Kukutis and Vilius Bakutis rounding out the top 10. Valters Vaznis, Rems Balos Nagrado, Rodrigo Lapins and Rodrigo Gasparovics rounding out the 14-strong grid. And of course, once all the water has settled, let's say, and the storm has passed. Reference Microax and amateur micro. And everything has been discussed and made official. Then we will have a grid for the 11-minute final. So we do have a slight delay, but not too bad. I'm sure that we can get things back under starters' orders as in being on time. So it's 8 minutes plus an additional lap. There's a little bit of bumping between some of the drivers. But we are under the official formation lap for the second time of asking. The field, led by Oskaras Bakutis, makes its way out of the final corner into the tram lines. Revs rise, green flag drops, and we are underway. First time of asking, into turn one they go. And it's going to be like skating on an ice rink, even with wet weather Mojo tyres on the chassis. As the field makes its way through the Piff-Paff chicane. Oh, dramas. Oh, someone has spun it. I think that might have been Emilis Kapkauskas, and someone else has also got off. So, like I said, it's going to be skating on an ice rink. And already, oh, we got another spinner. Don't tell me that's Kapkauskas again. He's trying to get the cart moving. And the minute a marshal touches that cart, that's it. Game over. Mix Mickelson's going go Bonensons. Oh, spinner there, 63. Bakutis in the meantime leads away, ahead of Kalin Spensons by about 1 point. Andreas Maniosis rounds out the top three in the number 46. Looks like the Formula K livery there, I spot. So it looks like Vilius Bakutis, Karim Kukutis and Timur Babenko are out of the race. We've got a yellow flag heading into the 90 left at the top corner of the circuit, heading into the final few corners of the racetrack itself. Good battle here between, I think it's Andreas Manusis and Domas Norkus. So that has changed because Jokubas Juozaitis has now managed to move up to P4. Emilis Kapkauskas now up into 6th. As Domas Norkus has got past Jokubas Juozaitis. 95 of Karim Kukutis has also had a little bit of an over-dramatic spin. But the big question is, can Emilis Kapkauskas, who started on the outside of the front row of the grid, make it towards the sharp end? Blue flags are being waved, so a couple of the drivers being told, right, you've got to keep out of the way. Now these wet weather conditions are testing all the drivers. We are 30 seconds away from hitting half time. So 4 1/4 minutes to go. Plus an additional lap. Oh dear, the number 95 just spun it. Kukultis has spun. I think I also saw one in the background spin as well. driver's not having an easy time of it so far on finals day. But Emilis Kapkauskas has got past Tomas Norkus in the number 18. It's anyone's guess what might transpire. More drivers falling a little bit by the wayside. Rodrigo Lapins might have also become another casualty. So, and there is the 18. Uazaitis has just spun, no, 18 of Norkus that has just spun it. We have 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. But in these wet weather conditions, this is where you really can find out the wheat from the chaff. Who will definitely know at the end of the weekend that they have earned your place in this sport. But again, it is just about getting through the traffic, getting the kart home in one piece and making sure that the kart is fine and ready. You know, you've also got to have that air of mechanical sympathy in your driving style. Oskaras Bakutis is lapping quicker than anybody else and has, with 1:40 plus an additional lap to go, nearly a 2.1 second lead over Carles Bernssons. And with no real distinctive dry line showing, there was a big deluge of water. Whether the track might evolve by the time we get to the finals later on today is anyone's guess. But it's going to be around about 2 laps to go. Another new fastest lap by the race leader, Oskaras Bakutis, a 57.681. And is now 4.1 seconds up the road from Carles Bernssons in P2. Andrius Manousis, Jokubas Uazaitis, and Emilis Kapkauskas round out your top 5. Then it's a further 7 seconds back to Tomas Norkus in the number 18 entry. Kapkauskas has lost 3 places. Kukutis 2. But in this superheat, well, you can see how many drivers have gained places. Gasparovic's gained 5 places over the course of the race. Balos Nagrao, who currently sits in 8th, has gained 4 places. Carles Bernssons, 2 places. Jokubas Uazaitis, 2 places. Tomas Norkus, 2 places. But the timer has expired. Next time round we will be going on to the final lap of this superheat for our Microax competitors, both in the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia and also for those amateurs running in the Latvian Karting Cup. But how calm can you be under these kind of pressure cooker situations? Well, Oskaras Bakutis might need to be nicknamed the Iceman very shortly, because he has veins as cold as ice. As there's going to be, coming out of the final corner, last lap board is in the air for the superheat. And you can hear a lot of blustery wind, so the wind is picking up here in Jelgava. You can see the reeds of grass in the background waving from side to side. as Bakultis comes through the Piff Paff chicane for the final time. But what a start. He's a little bit sideways there going into the left-hander before the top corner, left corner of the circuit beckons. Oskaras Bakultis just putting on a little bit of a clinic here in the wet weather conditions, using alternative racing lines rather than the traditional driver-style racing lines, which can get you caught out here in Jelgava. But out of the final corner, Oskaras Bakultis wins the superheat, and it's going to be ahead of Carles Bernssons. Andrius Menuzis rounds out your top three. Jokubas Uozaitis, it's what could have been for the number 16 from Lithuania, finishes fourth, ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas. Devins Balos Nagrau running a lap down off of the leader, has crossed the line. Domus Norkus takes sixth. So we're just waiting for a couple of other people to come across the line. Rodrigo Gasparovic comes across the line in ninth. Timas Rimas in seventh. And then Karims Kukultis crosses the line in 11th. Those are your provisional race results. Next up, we go up to Minimax for the superheat. Vilius Bakultis getting a bit sideways there in the number 10 kart. The Intrepid chassis makes his way into the weighbridge, part from 8 and scrutineering. So here is the schedule coming up here for round 3 of the championship season. So it is going to be the fact that we have Minimax for the superheat, DD2, DD2 Masters, according to the amended timetable. But according to the timetable I have here, well, we'll have it in the same order as we did last time. And now we go to Minimax. Here is your starting grid after the combined results from Heats 1 and 2. And it is going to be Martin Lapins that is going to lead the way from pole position on the inside of the front row. Emilis Uozaitis will be lining up alongside in the MRG. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Now, that might have been RM Latvia's club's hands, possibly. They just rearranged the tyre barriers there. But Martins Lapins and Emilis Uozaitis line up on the front row. Again, another spinner, this time somebody at the back end of the field. Salivad Kute will have Klaus Hans lining up alongside on row 2. Joris Stankiewicz and Martin Strebe, row 3. With Drive. Then we got Dominic Stargis and Mikko Grantins rounding out row 4 and completing the top 10. Ivo Us from RM Latvia and MRG Racing's Joris Plugsner. Gabrielis Terenicius and Max Kononovs round out the penultimate row of the grid. Ahead of Michaelis Zuber and Henry Kadastik from Estonia for the Jogisu Kariklubi. Oh dear, we've had another bit of a 2 and 8. 3 carts into one. These weather conditions have really a few of the drivers out, especially the less experienced. Well, hang on, Martin Strebe from MRG Racing is not going to take the start. That kart has been collected by the marshal, and that is it. Game over. Looks like the front right wheel looks to be a little bit loose in terms of how the steering arms and the track rod ends are connected to the respective chassis. So once again, it's 8 minutes plus an additional lap. All future superheats after this one from juniors onwards will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Heavy saturation on the 1060 meter Rulitis circuit here in Jelgava. As we go revs up, green flag drops and we're underway. Everyone's shocking for position. Martin Strebe not taking the start. Someone slowed when accelerating in the rolling start phase. It's, oh, 2x2, hurrah, going out of turn number 2. Look at the scramble. As all, we got a spitter. Slightly rearranges the tyre barrier, but only just gives it a little bit of a bumper kiss. Oh, and a big spin, and off we go. 198 is off. Oh, Stalified Kurte for MG Motorsport is off, and I think might not be taking part in the race anymore. This is just going to be so treacherous now. So many different racing lines that can be found, will be found, and need to be found by drivers. As Martins Lapins drops down to P3. Mikkel Grantins trying to close in on Emilis Juozaitis, who's put in the fastest lap of the race of 57.167. So Martin Strebe, I think, will have retired, has retired. Salo Vaidkute on the MG Motorsport chassis, I think, will also. Yep, it's not taking any further part in this race. Neither is Dominic Stargis. But Uazaitis is comfortably leading. Grantins, as Henry Kadastik has been shown the technical black flag. That's the meatball flag for the youngster from Estonia. The 183 is going to have to park that kart in the next 3 laps. As now who was that went off? Was that Klaus Hans? Possibly. Not 100% sure, as there's a bit of a wrestle and a bit of a touch between Lapins and Stankiewicz, I believe. But look at the way that these drivers are having to wrestle with these karts. Chapeau to them all for getting themselves out there. And in the wet side of things, as the juniors making their way onto the dummy grid, we've got 5 minutes to go plus an additional lap. There is a dry line starting to partially form, but whether the evolution is going to be significant enough. So Henry Kadastik will be out of this race. Might have already have seen the technical black flag, or we'll need to see it again and then go, right, well, I can't do anything. It's either that there's a chain guard that has come off and flown away from the kart, or the bumpers adrift, or that you know that the judges of facts will have noticed and gone, Ray, that kart shouldn't be out on circuit for this reason. But with a lead of just over nearly 2.7 seconds, Emilis Jorzaitis doing a really stellar job. And another new fastest lap by Emilis Jorzaitis, a 55.931. Azoldo, no. That was Mikkel Grantins that just lost it coming out of the chicane. And that allowed, I think, Joris Stankovic to get through in the meantime. Good question, Robis. I'm not 100% sure with regards to how many camera towers there are. I'd probably say at least 3 to 4. But I would just be guessing. It'd be like plucking numbers out of the air. But Jorzaitis doing a stellar job. But there is Stankovicius, 4 seconds behind in P2. Lappins P3, Klaus Hans, Mikkel Grantins. So Grantins has dropped all the way down to 5th in the running order. Jonas Bluxner drops to again with these alternative lines that the drivers are having to survive. It's proving to be incredibly difficult to keep the kart onto the circuit. You've got to keep yourself focused. And another fastest lap of the race by Emilis Jorzaitis, 55.482. It is 4.1 seconds up the road from Joris Stankovicius. So I think in some respects the Minimax drivers will breathe a big old sigh of relief and go, glad that one's over. There'll be those that'll be have their pride dented a little bit just by the sheer biblical nature of the weather earlier on. Like I said, it started raining pretty heavily. Emilis Jorzaitis continues to push his way around the circuit in the number 117. And there he is, leading the way by the best part of nearly 3.9 seconds ahead of Joris Stankovicius. And we are coming down to the final few moments of this superheat for Minimax. We've got Junior, Senior, DD2 and Masters, then DD2 Amateur IRM. So with 10 seconds remaining, blue flags being shown, 2 drivers out on track. There is .199 of Joris Stankovicius. The key question is, where is our race leader? So the timer has expired. Real ding-dong battle going on here. These three drivers have got the elbows out and they're going like the clappers. But the superheat here for Mini Rookie comes to its inevitable conclusion, and the Miniax takes the win in heat number 4, thereby winning the opening round for Team So Jelgava takes the wind. So there are the provisional results. Miniax takes the win. They've Stankovic just So the recovery very much underway. There's two of our drivers being recovered back to the pit lane, part of main scrutineering area. So we have 9 minutes plus 1 additional lap still to go in this junior superheat. So we've already had 2 retirees, Patrikos Jokius and Kater Spike. So they're going to have to do a lot of work with scoring no points in this round or this race of the season. And more to the point, with the way that things are going, some drivers are really just concentrating on getting the carts home and then go a bit more aggressive when we get to the finals later on. But Myers Mazinas doing exactly what he needs to do in this race. And it will make it 3 wins out of 3, but still, this early phase of the race is still going. Still very much a wet track here. You can see that some of the drivers are wearing their wetsuits over their racing overalls. So this being a 10-minute encounter rather than the 8 minutes that we saw for both Micro and Mini. A little bit sideways there for Marcus Jauk, who is trying to put all the power down on that cart underneath him. The OTK and that wonderful white, green, predominantly green and black livery. Gap now starting to slightly come down, but Myers Mazinas putting in those quick laps. Rudolf Alexis and Michael Plinter with Matas Balasius rounding out the 5 drivers that are still competing. Kater Spike not starting, and Patrikos Jokius unfortunately retiring very early in the race, actually on the opening lap. So Alexis versus Plinter, that's for P3 on the road at the moment as we are coming ever closer towards half time in this race. The people looking on from the sidelines, especially with that little grandstand. There's the move up the inside. Plinter through on Alexis. That is now a change for 3rd position between the pair as we hit 40% of the timer counting down being completed, with 60% to go plus an additional lap. On that particular occasion, well, looks like Alexis was closing it on Plinter. Plinter didn't really fight it to get through, but now decides to dive up the inside. Wheel to wheel for the briefest of moments. This could be very close going through the final corner. Plinter hung out to dry on the outside. And back through goes Rudolf Alexis in the 2-1-3, but straight away through into turn 2. Marco Plinter again back on the offensive. And you can hear the wind picking up once again in the background. And the drivers will want to try and keep these carts on the black stuff, let me tell you that much. But if they keep on pushing quite hard, then what can happen as a direct consequence is that one wrong move and the back end will swap with the front, guaranteed. Meantime, Marcus Jauk, who's just put in the fastest lap of the race, is closing in on Myers Mazinas for the race lead. Zenas responds with the fastest lap overall, 44.404 with a 2.96. And expands the gap to what was 4.10. But look how close Marco Plinter is on Rudolf Alexis. This is again the battle for P3. These two cannot be, well, they're joined at the axle, let's say. I could say by the front fairing, but look at the move up the inside. They were millimetres apart. They're nearly clashing sidewalls. And Plinter is through, but Alexis dives to the inside, catches the left rear, and turns the back end around ever so slightly through at the hairpin. The second from last corner. It nearly sent Plinter, well, it sent Plinter slightly off track. But my goodness me. That just goes to show how quickly things in a split second in karting can change. And Marco Plinter was very, very lucky that he didn't end up going further off track. But Markus Jalk trying to do his level best. The Aero Racing driver. Started fourth on the grid, now currently running P2. Gap between first and second now expands to 1.1 as another new fastest lap by Maius Mazinas. His fastest lap so far, 44.4 seconds. Now a mid 44.0. Maius Mazinas looking to make it 3 wins from 3, putting him in very good stead for the 11-minute plus an additional lap, well, 14-minute plus an additional lap final later on. And that time, Markus Jalk got the gap down to just under 9/10 of a second. Went over 2.5 tenths quicker than the race leader in that lap. So now on to lap 12 of the race here in the superheat. So we have 3 laps to go. And at the moment, Maius Mazinas doing a sterling job at the front end of the field for the Kiwi Racing team. You can see the hands working quite hard behind the wheel. So 2 laps to go, and the gap was just under 1.5 seconds. It's now grown to 1.9. Marco Plinter, new fastest lap of the race, 43.989 for the Latvian. Running with RM Latvia. But the timer has hit 0. And Maius Mazinas next time around will see the last lap board for the Junior Superheat. And there we go. Last lap underway. And Maius Mazinas, as I said, has just done exactly what he's needed to do. Keep the kart on the black stuff. A little bit of mechanical sympathy being brought into the equation here. Some water splash puddles. Neither here nor there, but it's more a case of, is this circuit starting to rubber in. Yes, it is indeed, because Marius Mazinas comes out of the final corner. It's 3 from 3 for the Lithuanian. 2 heat wins, and now the superheat, winning by nearly 1.1 seconds ahead of Marcus Jalk, Marco Plinta, Rudolf Alexis, and Matas Balsius, who is about to cross the line and comes out of the final corner now. Only 5 drivers making it to the end, with Patrikas Jokius out on the opening lap, and Keita Spike, unfortunately, retiring, or didn't even make it to the start of that race. Next up, very shortly, we will be going back to Senior Rotax for their superheat. Now we get back underway with the superheats for Senior Rotax, and there have been a couple of changes after the second heat earlier on. Well, Artyom Sestakov was deemed to have been too aggressive on one manoeuvre on Volonjevicius, and subsequently, Bruno Perla due to start on the outside of the front row is stopped. Due to start on the outside of the front row with Tom Strella. Oh dear, disaster for the 318 for MRG Racing. He's shouting, saying, oh, there's something wrong. I think it's the back. Oh, don't tell me the chain has come off the sprocket. And Bruno Perla is in no man's land at the moment. The mechanic comes over. Oh, it's probably... Oh, hang on. No, it's on the exhaust. So, Bruno Perla, is he going to make it to the start? No, but the mechanic's there. Disaster for the MRG Racing driver. Tom Strella will lead from pole. Karlis Kidikovs and Artyom Sestakovs will be next up. So, Bruno Perla will have to start from the repair area. Oh, disaster for him there. So, he's got to wait for the whole field to be given the green flag. And we are underway. Bruno Perla now goes. And look, 2x2 Noah's Ark style into turn 2. This might not end well. And there's an incident in the midfield. Spinner at the back end of the pack. Oh, it's the 303. Livkoalskas that had a code brown clean up on aisle 3. But there was an incident in the mid-pack. I don't know if... I think maybe everyone might have gotten through, but we'll find out after the opening lap, as there are still some exchanges for real estate. One of which being Hans-Markus Narusk in the 355. But Tom Strella leads after the opening lap by 4 and a bit tenths of a second. Karlis Kidikov second, Linus Volonjevicius, Romans Rodionovs, Artyom Sestakovs, Marta Spike, Ilya Sheremeta, Alisa Stolchamani, Timus Pasurica, and Kate Robiseva round out the top 10. Now, well, there you go. 3 of the drivers are female in the top 10. Marta Spike being the highest placed one in 6th. Oh, that was a bit hairy there from Volonjevicius, trying to go through on Kidikovs. Kidikovs held his nerve, stood his ground, and Volonjevicius went sideways and could have nearly have been caught out. And Artemis Baranovs has dropped down to 19th position as the field makes its way in towards the hairpin very shortly. And oh, dearie, dearie me, there are drivers that are just going a bit too much elbows out in the middle of a few things. Well, the 390 of Ilya Sheremetyev trying to get through. Here goes Volunjevicius again. This time it's on, well, you're going to have to cross the T's and dot the I's if you want to get through on, I think it's going to be Rodionov's, yes, which it is. Elisa Stolchimane up to 7th head of Timis Pasarica. Marta Spike has dropped to 8th head of Ilya Sheremetyev. Oliver Kerg in 11th. Fastest driver on the track. So 7.5 minutes to go. Dive to the inside and through. That would have been, let's have a look. Artyom Sestakov's through on Galis Kirikov's, and that is a change for second. Elisa Stolchimane has got, well, she's made four laps. Elisa Stolchimane has made up another positions. We've got a yellow flag heading into turn 2. Oh, who's gone off? Well, Jolkas Vajopera has not made it past lap 3, I'm afraid. And oh, it's Linas Volunjevicius! No! I cannot believe it. Linas Volunjevicius has dropped the cart coming out of turn 2. Now, whether that was assisted, I don't know, but it was out of shot. Elisa Stolchimane has made up 11 places. Let me say that again. 11 places. Make that 12 after Volunjevicius's faux pas. So, the Lithuanian in the SM Racing Lando Norris chassis has ended up off the circuit and out. Joining Jolkas Vajopera in the 327 for the AGS Racing team. Oh, Garciaukas closing in on Valts for 10th place. Elisa Stolchimane now is within 9 and a bit tenths of a second. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Timmers Pasarica, the back end stepping out through the Piff Paff chicane. That was definitely not adhering to the normal rules of Physics 101. What can you say about that? That was well held. Adrian's Tions now down in 15th, sets the new fastest lap of the race, 39.574. That's now being taken away by Kirikov's in P3, who's still chasing down Sestakov's for second. Oliver Kerg now through on Ilya Sheremetyev for 8th. Hans Markus Narus now through on Kate Drobiseva, who's dropped out of the top 10. She is now running 13th. Adrian's Tions, another new fastest lap of the race, 39.466 for the supercar aficionado. But at the moment, Kirikov's is keeping Sestakov's very, very honest for 3rd position. But Elisa Stolchimane is trying to close that gap. She is 1 second behind Karlis Kirikov's in P3. So from Rodionov's backwards, Rodionov's has become a cork in the karting bottle, let's say. Volunjevicius, well, started P5 and unfortunately has ended up retiring from the race itself. Bruno Perlic used to start P2, currently 14th at the moment, having lost 12 positions. So there is. Now, was that Bruno Perlet? I think, yep, got through. Just then on Kate Drobiseva. That was for position. Annalisa Stolchamani. Oh, she always seems to be in the wrong place, wrong time, bless her. Timmins Pesarica and Marta Spike have got through on the 344. And now Rodionov has the fastest lap of this race. 39.382 on lap 10. These drivers are really pushing the envelope and the limits of adhesion. Plus also they're putting themselves mentally and physically through the ringer. What I mean by that is that no one is letting off. No one is letting off the gas pedal whatsoever. Artyom Sestikov's new fastest lap of the race on lap 12 at 39.3. Track is evolving to the point where the lap times have more than hit that crossover point. They've gone beyond it. There's Tom Strehler. Keeping a gap of 1.4 seconds between himself and MRG Racing's Artyom Sestikovs. Kalis Kirikovs completes the top three at the moment as we have 3 more laps left to run. You can see how hard they're pushing because going through the chicane, there are drivers that are really pushing hard, and you can see that by the fact that the back end wants to get a little bit loose if it was a NASCAR Xfinity Series event. There's Elisa Stolchamani. Now in 6th, she is in between Marta Spike and Romans Rodionovs. Rodionovs closing it on the 344 on the Sodi kart. Oh, Kajus Petkus is now out. So we are down to 17 runners and riders out of 20. So our leader is coming through in towards the final hairpin, then the final left-hander. We are going to be very tight on time here. Just makes it over with 2 laps to go. 17 laps set to be completed in terms of total distance covered. It's going to be round about close to 20 kilometres, but Lisa Stolchamani starting to defend again. This time by Rodionovs, and well, has Rodionovs gotten through? Yes, he has. So Stolchamani drops down to 7th position, but the timer has expired. Next time around, our race leader, Tom Strehler, we'll see the last lap board, so we're underway with that at the moment. Few scraps here, few contretemps up and down the order, but Tom Strehler has done exactly what he needed to do. Didn't have to worry about Bruno Perle, who's only going to manage 14th in this race as things stand. Reference the finishing result. But when it was all said and done, Tom Strehler is going to come out of the final corner, take the checkered flag. He nearly got thrown off as his rhythm by the back marker in front of him. But Strela wins ahead of Sestikov's, Kirikov's P3, Pasarica and Marta Spivak round out your top 5. Romans Rodianovs and Elisa Stolchamoni complete the top 7 ahead of Oliver Kerg, Martins Volts and Marius Karsiaukas. Hans Markus Narusk, the Estonian, in 11th ahead of Ilya Sheremetyev, Adrian Stions, Bruno Perler. Could have been a very different race for those two latter drivers that I've mentioned. Ahead of Kate Drobiseva, Jonas Yudkauskas and Artemis Baranovs, rounding out the 17 finishers. Unfortunately, on lap 8, we lost Kajus Petkus, Linus Volunjevicius on lap 4, and on lap 2, Jol Kaspar Joipera. Next up, it's DD2 and DD2 Masters for their 10-minute plus an additional lap superheats. So, time to get ready for racing action. Back to gearbox we go. DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. On pole position, on the left-hand side of the circuit, it'll be Edgars Vilkan starting from pole in the 469. He'll be joined on the front row once again by Devin Sagardi. Martin Zinovskis and Roland Spruder round out row 2. Prit Sai, highest placed DD2 Masters driver, will start in P5 alongside countryman Tonis Johannes Dominguez in the 405. Andreas Upkalp and Rudis Klavins in the 499 and the 592 round out row number, we'll round out row number 4. Row 5 completing the top 10 will be Latvia's Rikas Vargas and Noyas Geralaitis. Mikolas Mazinas and Jurisalaitis round out the next row ahead of Ivazus, Ignorm and then Rodrigo Frams. And LV to race. Good luck to my DD2 Masters homies. Wish I was there. Oh, we definitely would love to have you here as well. So the green flag is shown. And once again, Martin Zinovskis gets through on Devin Sagardi on the run through turns 1 and 2. All in a line. So once again, the gearbox peloton continues around this opening lap of the race itself. Vilkan's looking for 3 for 3 so far. He's got a lead of just over 3.5 tenths of a second. I think LV to race, remind me of your name, because if you raced in Madwana, I think which was earlier on this season, if I remember correctly. Probably a name I'll recognise. But you can just see how hard these drivers are pushing once again. As Janowskis nearly came unstuck. As Sagardi swarming all over the back of the rear bumper. Roland Spruder is there as well. but Edgar's Vilcans leading the way comfortably by now 0.6 of a second. Second, third and fourth, a line astern coming out of turn 2 into the chicane. Keep your eyes on the curbing, don't bounce off it too hard. And here goes Devin Sigardi up the inside, and Martin Zianovskis gets through at the hairpin. Rudis Klavins in the 592 Masters entry, fastest lap 39.603. A bit more sunlight starting to beam down onto the circuit, or try to break the cloud cover up above. Devin Sigardi, new fastest lap of the race. 39.469. Beck Vargas past Ukaup. It's also a change for position. That'll be 9th overall, 8th in DD2. You can hear some of the chassis scrape as they launch the carts off the curbs. And there's no sort of like real, how can I put it, you know, there really isn't a feel whereby you can think it's going to happen and whether it's going to work or not. But DD2 and Masters, very much a strategic thinking person's kart club. Beck Vargas and Generaitis again swapping places, and someone forgot to hit the stop button on the Ghetto Blaster accompanying the chairs. But the top three now covered by just over 7/10. There is Martin Zianovskis closing in on Devin Sigardi. Zianovskis the fastest outright on this race so far, 39.085. All moment there from Vilcans. Coming out of the final corner, he nearly lost the back end, and here goes Sigardi. Sigardi on the 4.69 through the chicane. Will he launch it down the inside of the hairpin? He's got to be very careful of Zianovskis behind him. Sigardi decides not to do it at the moment, but I'm sure we'll have another opportunity. Oh my goodness me, that was squeaky bum time coming out of the final corner for Edgar's Vilcans, but he kept a hold of it. Romans Pedans, thank you very much. Yes, Jelgava in 2023. I remember that race. I do indeed. I remember because I was there. Right, 5 minutes to go, and the battle for the race lead clearly on. Sigardi's got a real opportunity here to put the brightness on Vilcans. Tomingas through on Pritsai. But it's not going to affect the DD2 Masters classification because Pritsai at the moment is still leading that. And the gap between first and second is now 2/10. Sigardi's got a real window of opportunity here. He's now got another 5 minutes plus an additional lap to put the pressure on Vilcans, as long as he does not throw it away like water under the bridge. He is absolutely charging, and he's putting the pressure on Vilcans. At the moment, Vilcans is soaking up the pressure like the sponge that he is on the Sodi karts, and is able to hold his line. It's now down to Sigardi to make that window of opportunity work for him. Out of the final corner, top three were covered by half a second. Make that 4.4 tenths. Sigardi within 0.14 of a second off of the race leader Edgar's Vilcans, and still they carry on at breakneck speed. New fastest lap now by the man in 4th position, who is only 6. There he is in the background, Roland Spruder, 6.5 tenths back. And that's going to be closing all the way through. And up the inside goes Sigardi! And through goes Janowskis as well. It only had to take one move. And through went Devin Sigardi. Martin Janowskis saw the window of opportunity go his way as well. And also struck whilst the iron was hot. And now Edgars Vilkans has got Roland Spruder running in his FIA Academy Trophy uniform, I see. The top four covered by 4/10. After 10 laps of racing, we still have 3 minutes to go. Rudis Klavins has managed to close in onto Pritsai. The gap between them is about 6/10. And that is for the Masters class lead in for P6 and P7. But look at the top four. You cannot separate them. This is what it means when you have a great DD2 race. 0.424 was the combined coverage of the top 4 drivers out through turn 2 into the chicane once again. Sigardi is holding station. Temps at the moment, we're probably looking at 18 degrees air temperature at the moment, Roman. So I would probably say slightly north of about 22, 23 degrees centigrade out on track. A lot of wind here in Jelgava at the moment. So that is blowing a lot of cloud cover across the circuit. 0.524 covers the top 4 now. Devin Sigardi pulling a slight gap over Martin Janowskis. Edgars Vilkans cannot be counted out of this one at all. Neither can Roland Spruder. They're going to have to be really careful now because Tonis Johannes Dominguez is the next driver behind them, about 1.5 seconds behind. So lap 14 underway, gap between the top 4 now has expanded a little bit further to 0.785 of a second. It is Sigardi that is leading the way. This is a stalemate and a half for a race battle. It's in the fact drivers keeping their playing cards close to their chests. I'm wondering whether Devin Sigardi has a straight flush in his pocket to keep the likes. Well, let's see what. Well, let's see if Janowskis can keep off the advances of Edgars Vilkans and Roland Spruder. The top 4 now covered by just over 3/4 of a second. As we still have a couple more laps to go. And there is a change. Oh, Janowskis has lost 2 positions. Now, is that Spruder up into P2 possibly? And there is Vilkans waiting to see if he can sort of indirectly turn the tide his way. 2 laps to go. Now diving to the inside. But this time around, we see the last lap board. The gap between Sigardi and Spruder, well, now it's Vilkans, up to just over 9/10 of a second. Roland Spruder drops down into P3, being hustled by Martin Janowskis. Tonis Johannes Dominguez still running in P5 ahead of countryman Pritsai. Funny enough, it was the other way around in terms of their grid position. So Romans Pritsai has always been known to fight amongst the Junkers, but it is a win streak that's broken. Devin Sigardi takes the win in the superheat by 0.8 of a second ahead of pole sitter Edgars Vilkans, Roland Sprude, Martin Janowskis and Tony Johannes Dominguez round out the top 5. Pritzai in 6th wraps up, well, takes the win in the Masters side of things again, ahead of Ricardsberg Vargas. Rudis Klavins ended up 8th and finished 2nd in Masters, ahead of Andreas Upkalt, Nicolas Mazinis, who rounds out the top 10 and overall and the top 3 in Masters, ahead of Norjus Sharalitis, Jerusalaitis, Ivaz Us, Ignum and Rodrigo Frams rounding out your finishers, all making it to the end of 17 laps of racing. Next up, we've got amateur DD2 and amateur DD2 heavy for the superheat. So here is the starting grid for the combined results for heats 1 and 2 for our drivers. Carlos Bricius and Edwin Zuskovics will be lining up on the front row of the grid. Bruno Van Heinens and Marcus Spikis ran at row 2 ahead of Kristaps Kalixons and Dimitris Antunovics. Eidzos and Artur Zenis round out the next row. Martin Spikis due to start, but is not taking part of the race. Possibly might be starting from the repair area. Juris Spikis and Endis Vaznis round out your grid. Out of the final corner, green flag drops and we're underway. First time of asking for 10 minutes plus an additional lap as the field roars its way into turns 1 and 2, all in a row at the moment. But now jockeying for real estate here in the early stages of this race. So Britius leads after the opening lap. Van Heinens in second. Zuskovics now drops to P3. Things are starting to spread out a little bit as Marcus Spikis now completes the top 4. Antunovics, Kalixons, Os, Juris Spikis, Artur Zenis and Endis Vaznis complete the running order so far. Gaps can be finite in particular classes, and especially when you've got the amateur DD2 and DD2 heavy running alongside each other, but effectively not in the same class. But Van Havens versus Zuskovics for that second spot on the road. Zuskovics trying to do everything in the playbook, whereas Van Havens is holding his nerve and staying on his racing line. Oh, but there is drama. Drama for Utter Zenith in the Sony kart, the 575. Looks like the steering's had it. And that is a change for the lead. That's a change for second. Van Hanen's has lost out to Zuskovics on the Sony kart, and the Sony kart trying to run away like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof on a humid and hot UK sunny afternoon. I haven't seen any sun yet, to be honest with you. Looks like Zuskovics is pulling away from several of the drivers. There's Markus Spikis and Kristaps Kalixons, I believe, in the 506 Pirelot, which my fears have been confirmed due to that quite heavy Dimitrios Antunovics in the meantime has got past Martin Spikis, so they're playing musical chairs as well. We've still got Tillitson T4 for the superheat after this one, and then we'll go into the final stages of round 3. Of course, the next round will be Carlos Bericius on his previous tour for the fastest lap of the race. He's done it again, and this time Kristaps Kalixons has got past Markus Spikis through the penultimate corner on lap 7. We're now on lap 8 with 5 minutes to go. So 9 karts still running. Oh, but is there further drama? There is a kart that's being attended to at the moment by the marshals down on circuit, along with part of the organisation team. So whoever that was might have just gotten away with it. So I'm just waiting to see if a name tumbles down the timesheets, and at the moment, well, that is not going to be the case. Long day ahead. Edgar should send you some Red Bulls. Yeah, you'd have to send it back to the United Kingdom, because I'm not actually in Jelgava, unfortunately, Rovis. But Carlos Bericius is doing a sterling job at the front end of the field. He's best part of 4.6 seconds ahead of his nearest competitor, Edmund Zuskovics in the 551. But Carlos Bericius here in amateur DD2 has rocketed away, and he's 5.1 seconds up the road. A 40.043 for the race leader in, well, from this particular nation, from Latvia. All Latvian competitors in this one. Obviously it gives them an opportunity to learn the circuits, learn how a DD2 kart operates. Maybe over a couple of seasons then might decide to take the plunge into Rotax Max Challenge Latvia itself. So Britius just keeping away from the trouble either behind him or in front of him. But at the moment, Valsnis has gained the most places. Last on the grid, now up 4 spots. Kalixon's up a spot, Os up a spot, and also the 5-3-4 of Eurispikis have made up the most positions. And Tornovics has dropped 2 places from 6th to 8th place. Then Otters Zenis. So through into the final corner, just under a minute remaining. And it is possibly going to be roundabout here that we might see a decisive moment. It's not for the race lead. But with the last lap underway, Carlos Parisius has done everything he's needed to do. The leader is coming to the top left-hand corner of the circuit itself. What a job from Carlos Parisius, as he will take the win by a comfortable margin. It's like he's decided to go to drift and go at Chalet for the checkered flag waves. Brisius takes the checkered after 16 laps of racing, and it is a great result there for Edmund Zuskiewicz. Great work for Bruno van Heinens from the Netherlands, with Gustav Kalixons and Marcus Spikius rounding out your top 5. A few more drivers still to come in. Antonovics, Vasnis and Os. There we go, Dimitris Antonovics coming across the line to finish down in 8th position here at Jelgava for the Superheat. We will see them a little bit later on, but there are your provisional results here for the amateur DD2 and DD2 Masters category. Next up, it's time for the Superheat for Tillitson T4 Latvia. Well, that's a nice little question. How are the graphics? Anything you would suggest on changing or adding? Maybe on the grids, they're a little bit out of sync with what we're seeing on the live timing, but apart from that, we're all good. Right, time for the Tillitson T4 Superheat. So, Daniels Berzins leads the way from pole position, having picked up 2 wins in the heat so far, and he's got Edvards Jimenez alongside on the front row. Row 2, it's going to be Valters Volotovos with Rudolf Berzins rounding out the top 2 rows. Kirill Dimitrievs and Christian Zladzans round out row number 3 with Maris Ladzans and Ralph Lanes rounding out row 4, completing the top 10. Rem Schmitz and Marcus Heidemanis, Maya Gomberger, Dacia Grosberger and Robert Zenis rounding out your 13 strong. They're going to go on to another formation lap, so it's always exciting, then a formation lap before we get them into rolling start formation. So the Tillitson T4s run on the Maxxis tyres with their 4-stroke engines bolted to the right-hand side of the chassis, more a cost-effective way of getting people into karting, especially those that cannot go into, let's say, owner-driver. But after this, we will then start with the finals. Berzins and Jimenez. So they are green and underway as we head into turn 1. A lot of battling to and fro. Change for what is 3rd position. As a dive bomb to the inside of the second from last corner. There's a little bit of squeezing going on into turn 1. Good old Berzins. I think that was probably with the Ralph Lanes going into turns 1 and 2. So Valters Volotovos has lost out to Christian Ladzans. But Berzins is trying to streak away into the distance. 2 minutes have been completed, 8 to go plus an additional lap. And the battle for what is going to be 4th place. Here could be a dive up the inside. That is a move completed from way back when. But the ultra competitiveness of this field is something to behold here in this championship. So in the meantime, the lead in this race is starting to be truncated. Gap now between first and second is around about 7/10. Oh, but what happened to Dan Wells there? Was it a... Everything in the an additional lap. So we have 4 minutes and 10 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap in the Microax final here at Jelgava for round 3 of the season. And at the moment it is Emilius Kapkauskas that leads the way ahead of Oskaras Bakutis. After the initial 9 laps, they're having to make their way through on Rodrigo Gasparovic has been showing the blue flags. And Rodrigo Lapin's also a lap down off of the leaders. The top 12 still on the lead lap. With Timur Babenko currently running in P5 as the fastest driver earlier on in the race with a 44.069. Got a little bit of a, I wouldn't say an argument, but this is actually the battle for P2 on the circuit. But, oh, well, we've had the technical flag being shown to the number 10 kart. And that is Vilius Bakutis. So that kart is going to have to be parked in the next 2 to 3 laps, and if that's not the case, then the driver will be black flagged and thereby excluded from the race. So Bakutis now in, but the battle for second and third, it's raging on like a bonfire at the moment on November the 5th in the United Kingdom. Guy Fawkes night, in other words. Andreas Manusis now has the fastest lap of the race, 44.057. Oskaras Bakutis rounds out the top 3. The top 3 are covered by just over a second, as we have 1 minute and 40 plus an additional lap left to go in this final. There will be another few more finals to go before we conclude round 3 here at Jelgava. But it has been the case that Manusis was having to fend off Bakutis for quite a long time, let's say. You can hear the tyres screeching as they turn the karts left and right around this 1,060 metre circuit. So we have 2 more laps remaining. The average lap time ran about a 44.1 at the sharp end of the field. Emilius Kapkauskas is on course at the moment to hopefully take the victory here, but the 2 drivers behind still have a window of opportunity to close on in and pass the number 41 on the Falcon chassis. Manusis on lap 14 set the fastest lap of the race, a 43.985. But we are now on officially the last lap of this race. And Kapkauskas only has about 750 metres left of the circuit to run. There's a 3-wide exchange going through just a few karts in front of them, a few corners in front of them, and that could look to get a little bit messy. But Kapkauskas having to get through on Valteris Vaznis, and he's going to have just 2 more corners to go. So Final hairpin negotiated. One more turn. It's the left-hander. Emilis Kapkauskas will win the final frustration from Andreas Manusis, who punches the steering wheel nose. It was too close to call. It was 4/10 at the end of the race. So, with Andreas Manusis and Oskaras Bakutis rounding out the top three, still waiting for the remainder of the field to come across the line. Carlos Vansons and Timur Babenko round out your top five ahead of Tomas Norkus, with Timas Rimas rounding out the top seven. Jokubas Juozaitis completing the top eight. Rems Balos Nogrado having a best result of the weekend so far. Personally, finishes ninth overall ahead of Karmis Kukutis, Valtas Vaznis, Rodrigo Lapins, Rodrigo Gasparovic being the last of the classified finishers, finishing a lap down. All up until ninth place had been lapped by the leaders, and with Vilis Tauras Bakutis from Lithuania for the VSI Intrepid Baltic team having to pull the kart into pit lane with a technical black flag with 7 laps to go from the end. And Milis Kapkauskas victorious here in Microax in the final. So next up we have got our Miniax competitors set to take to the field here at Jelgava for their 11-minute plus an additional lap final. So Emilis Juozaitis will start from pole position for MRG Racing in the number 117. Martins Lapins in the 118 for RM Latvia. Lines up on the outside of the front row. Ahead of Joris Stankevicius for MG Motorsport and Klaus Hans for RM Latvia rounding out row number 2. Mikkel Grantins and Ivo Os round out row 3. Ahead of Solivaid Kute, with Mark Skononovs completing the top 4 rows. Martin Sreber and Joris Bluxner complete the top 10. Michele Suiva, Gabrielis Derencius and Dominic Stargis round out the top 13, with Henry Kadastik completing the starting grid. 14 drivers set to run around this 1,060 metre circuit for the next 11 minutes plus an additional lap. The drivers now on their formation lap here. So the field making its way to the top corner of the circuit. Drivers being given the thumbs up, telling them, okay, right, you drivers are ready to race. Let's see how things transpire over the next 11 minutes plus an additional lap here at Jelgava before we head to Ropatsi Novas in just over a month's time to the 333 Baltic circuit. Through the final corner they go into the tram lines. Green flag drops first time and we are underway in racing. Emilis Juozaitis leads the field into turns 1 and 2. Looks like Martin Strebe is not going to take any part in the race because the kart and driver is on the infield of turn number 1. Inner line they go into the hairpin. It's going to be a dive bomb frenzy. Change for second. So Joris Stankevicius, I think, has lost out of position. Yes, is now currently P3. Could lose out for... Oh, Gets overtaken, but is going to send it back up the inside. That's going to be on the 158 of Ivo Os, who's gone very, very brave with the elbows being out. They come out of the final corner, and after the opening lap, it's Juozaitis that leads. Lapins, Stankiewicz, Klaus Hans, Ivo Os, Mikko Grantin, Salivait Kute, who has dropped a few positions as well, down to 7th. 13 of the starters have already got through this opening lap. Martin Streva, unfortunately, is going to have to sit by the sidelines and wait until the effective double header that we will have back-to-back weekends in August, as Ivo Os being having to fight tooth and nail at the minute to hold on to position. Klaus Hans up to P3 ahead of Joris Stankiewicz, so a change there. Mikko Grantin's now ahead of Salivai Kute, who is in front of Ivo Os. Dominic Stargis has got through on Joris Pluxner. That is for 8th position. So Dominic Stargis has gained 5 places, started down in 13th, now runs 8th. And Hans, Vaidkute, Pluxner and Karastik have all gained a position in their own right. You can see the amount of speed they are carrying through into turns 1 and 2. Literally with their backsides millimetres off the ground. Salih Vaidkute trying to close in on Mikko Grantins, and Salih has just set the fastest lap of the race at 42.582. The track has really evolved since that massive downpour during the lunch break, and some drivers really making the maximum of it. And they are really flirting with the limit of adhesion. Especially through the piff-paff chicane, turns 3 and 4, coming out of the very, very fast-paced left-hander at turn 2. Martins Lapids has got the lead gap down to a second. And then there's this battle royale a little bit further back with Klaus Hans leading the train from 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. So he is effectively the cork in the bottle. So Joris Stankiewicz, Mikko Grantins now the new fastest driver out on the circuit. 42.237 seconds. Salih Vaidkute not that far off from Grantins in terms of lap time, set of 42.370 last time round. Stankiewicz is at 42.339. Juozaitis now takes the fastest lap away and keeps the gap at an even second between himself and Martins Lapins. Markus Kononovs has got through on Dominic Stargis, so there you go, new fastest lap by the 117 of Juozaitis. But Klaus Hans keeping hold onto 3rd place. But this has been a calm and what's more comfortable performance by Juozaitis, calmly extending the lead, not by much but enough to make it comfortable, even feel a bit more comfortable thereof. 1.1 seconds is the lead after 7 laps. We still have 5 minutes and 43 seconds plus an additional lap remaining on the timer here in their final. Still have another 5 to go until we call time here at Jelgava. But believe you me, ladies and gentlemen, the racing is going to be absolutely worth the wait, so don't touch that dial wherever you're watching. And another fastest lap by the race leader. Emilis Uozaitis gets the gap to nearly 1.3 seconds in terms of the race lead. But this battle for third, fourth, fifth and sixth is at a stalemate, at a crossroads at the moment. But is there going to be somebody that's going to blink first and make the move? At the minute, the answer is a resounding no. The votes have not yet been cast, I'm afraid. The blackjack table has yet to be played. Uozaitis, another new fastest lap of the race. But Lapins has started responding, got to within 3/100ths of a second of the race leader's fastest lap on that particular occasion. And Stankiewicz all over the back bumper of Klaus Hans, and he's through! Great move there for P3. Mikkel Grantins thought there was a window of opportunity for the 133 to get through himself. But Klaus Hans said, rightly, no, you're not getting through, sunshine. You've got to do better than that. But Klaus Hans is going to have the run on Stankiewicz as they go through breakneck speed, bump drafting along into turns 1 and 2. Very much a NASCAR style technique. Don't latch on to the bumper, you're right up the back of the bumper, and Klaus Hans returns the favour at the very next corner, or the same corner, the next lap. That allows Sauli Vaitkutė, young driver from Lithuania, for her to get through, and she's now on the back bumper of her teammate Joris Stankiewicz as they come out of the final corner once again. Uozaitis still has a lead of 1.3 seconds as we head into the final 3 minutes, plus an additional lap of what has been an enthralling Miniax race so far. So this is going to wage on right up until the end of the race. And diving up the inside goes Stankiewicz. Stankiewicz back up to P3. The battle really getting into a bit of a frenzy fever pitch, as Klaus Hans is stuck between the two MG Motorsport karts of Stankiewicz and Vaitkutė. And all mistake made through the second part of the chicane by Vaitkutė, and Mikkel Grantins gets back through. That's P5 for the 133. This is what I love about Minimax. They really can put on a show. And when you've got 4 drivers like this, Vaitkutė up the inside of Grantins, retakes 5th. Absolutely wheel to wheel, pod to pod racing between this quartet. It's been absolutely mesmerising for the majority of this race. Klaus Hans looks for the move on Joris Stankiewicz. This could allow Vaitkutė to get through, and Grantins up the inside! Grantins gets 2 for the price of 1. And Grantins now up into P4 with the elbows well and truly out and sharpened by the 133. That was a fantastic effort from Mikkel Grantins. We still have, I think, 3 laps to go, so we could hit 17 laps at the end of this. But more to the point, Emilis Uozaitis is away and clear. Martins Lapins in second, 1.2 seconds adrift. Third, it's Joris Stankiewicz. Fourth, it's Mikkel Grantins. Fifth, Sauli Vaitkutė. Klaus Hans, Joris Buxner, Ivo Os, Dominic Stargis and Mikkel Zube round out your top 10. But what an enthralling battle. From third to sixth, they have not given up. And Stankovic still holds on with this and one more lap to go. Leaders are already going through into the infield section. And next time around it will be the last lap as Mikkel Grantins loses out to Salo Vadkute. Joris Stankovic is doing everything in his power to hold on to P3. The leaders now will start the final lap of the race and their weekend. Emilis Juozaitis, the 117 from Lithuania. Just under 1.1 seconds ahead of Martins Lapins. But it's the two MG Motorsport teammates battling over the final position in the top three. Stankovic versus Vaidkute. Into the hairpin they go for the final time on the infield. Vaidkute unable to get past Stankovic, who is making that car as wide as humanly possible at the back end, at the back bumper. But out of the final corner, it's going to be a win. Emilis Juozaitis takes victory in the final. Martins Lapins takes P2. Who's going to get third? It's Stankovic. Stankovic from Grantins, Vaidkute and Hans. Joris Bluxner could have been in that if there were a couple more minutes on the clock. What a race. From third to sixth for the majority of it. We couldn't keep our eyes off it. That's why all the images were showing that fantastic battle over the course of that race. But congratulations to Emilis Juozaitis, Martins Lapins and Joris Stankovic, who finished top three in the final. Mikkel Grantins, Salo Vaidkute, Klaus Hans, Joris Bluxner, Ivo Os, Dominic Stargis, Michele Suve round out your top 10 ahead of Gabrielis Terencius, Max Kononovs and Henry Kadastik, completing your 13 finishers. So, next up, we go to Junior Max. And this time, it's going to be 14 minutes plus an additional lap of the 1,060 meter circuit here at Jelgava. The countdown continues as we are under, well, we're waiting for the recovery vehicle to bring back one of the carts from the Miniax final that has just been completed. We've got 7 junior Rotax drivers ready to go out onto the circuit here at Jelgava for their final, as the engines, I'm sure, will very shortly be fired up in the dummy grid. It's been Marius Mazinas, the son of Miklas Mazinas, for the Kiwi Racing team that has taken 3 wins so far this weekend. So the second board is shown to the drivers and told to start their engines as they get the green flag and will go on their sighting and formation lap ahead of 14 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Here is your starting grid. It's going to be the 296 of Marius Mazinas that will start on pole position for the Kiwi Racing team. Marko Plinter for RM Latvia will, in the 210, will line up on the outside of the front row. Markus Jauk for Aero Racing from Estonia in the 288 will start on the inside of the second row. He'll be joined by Lithuania's Patrikas Jokius on the 251 for GS Racing Club. Rudolf Alexis, then we got Matas Balsius and Kater Spike due to complete the grid. So now on to their official formation lap. Drivers trying to get some well-needed warmth into the tyres and the brakes. So, drivers being instructed to slow as they come out of the final corner here at Jelgava. Into the tram lines, the revs start to rise, the green flag drops and we're underway. Good start by Mazinas as he leads the field. A little bit of a clash between 2 drivers, one of which was Patrikas Jokius to the outside. I think it might have been Marko Plinter. It could have been the driver alongside him as they go through into the Pif-Paf chicane. No, it might have been Markus Jauk. My apologies there, as Marko Plinter is in second, chasing down Marius Mazinas. Battle at the back end of the field as Kater Spike gets through on Matas Balasius for P6 as they head through into the final couple of corners. But Marko Plinter not waiting around to see if Marius Mazinas starts to pull away. And the gap between them less than a tenth and a half of a second after the opening tour of the circuit. Plinter looking to get on with the business at hand. Now through turns 6 and 7 into turn 8. Then it's going to be hard on the brakes, turn into the, well, you're going to carry that momentum through into the turn 9, then turn 10. Hairpins respectively, a left and then a right. And into turn 11. Still about a kart length between the top 2 as they cross the line to complete their second lap. Patrikas Jokius in 4th sets the new fastest lap of the race on lap 2, 40.535. Expect the fastest lap and also the times in general to get quicker over the course of the next 12 minutes and 20 plus an additional lap. Marko Plinter is just putting the pressure on Marius Mazinas. Sometimes it's easier if the driver in front makes an unforced error, and it gives you an opportunity, a window, to make it work and get through for the race lead. But Markus Jauk now fastest driver out of everybody, 40.201. The top 4 rounded out by Patrikas Jokius, covered by 8.5 tenths of a second. But Mazinas doing exactly what he needs to do. Hold his line at the front end of the field. has the right of way to do so. It's down to the likes of Plinter, Jalk and Jokius to try and get through on the youngster for the Kiwi Racing team representing Lithuania at the front end of the field. Through the final corner after what has been a very first 4 close laps so far. 9.5 tenths cover the top 4. Jokius looks like he's being dropped a little bit by the trio at the front end of the field. But Mazinas just holding on at the moment. He's already made it through 3 minutes, having to sternly defend from Marco Plinter. And Plinter doing exactly what he needs to do to try and keep the pressure. But he's between a rock and a hard place now because Markus Jalk for Aero Racing from Estonia in P3 is keeping the 2 in front of him in check. And Jalk again now with another new fastest lap of the race, the first driver to go underneath 40.2 seconds. On this occasion by the Estonian, 6 thousandths is the differential. 40.194. But no one is playing their cards on the table just yet. They're raising the stakes, waiting for somebody to say at the table where the cards are dealt, call, and then see what everyone else has. The first 4 minutes or anything to go by, what's going to happen in the next 10? The entire field within 4.1 seconds of each other. We'll make that 4.4 seconds of each other now. As we saw in the Miniax battle in the final just a few moments ago, the battle from 3rd to 6th was absolutely mesmerising. The battle between 1st, 2nd and 3rd. If we get another set of wheels joining that party, especially if it's the 251 from GS Racing, Patrikos Jokius closing in on them. And then anyone, I think, has got a definitive opportunity. The gap between the top 3 now, 0.42 of a second. They are lapping within hundredths of a thousandths of a second, hundredths of a second between each other. The quickest lap time was by Mazinas last time round, 40.147. Marco Plinter, the slowest driver, 22 thousandths slower, with Markus Jalk on a 40.160. So this is just showing good, clean pace at the minute. But Mazinas has opened up a slight gap because he's just set the new fastest lap of the race to 40.094. Gap has stretched out to 0.3 of a second between himself and Plinter, who's got Markus Jalk swarming all over his rear bumper at the moment, battling away for 2nd place. This could allow Patrikos Jokius, who's just set a 40.218, to close on in. And a new fastest lap of the race, Patrikos Jokius goes sub 40. He's got to try and close that gap. We're nearly at the halfway point of this race. And for any semblance of a chance to get through, Patrikos Jokius has got to put qualifying style laps in now, whilst these 3 at the front end are battling away with each other. The top 4 covered by just over 1.4 seconds. Patrikos Jokius' fastest lap then was a 39.958. The top 3 at the moment aren't concentrating necessarily on the fastest lap time, but who can become top dog in this race? Jokius again has just responded. He has got that car absolutely flying at the moment. 39.842 for the youngster from Lithuania. The gap now between the top 4 has come down to 1.147 seconds, and I'm thinking that's going to close by every single corner that Patrikos Jokius negotiates. He's got that gap down to less than 6 tenths between himself and the Estonian in front of him, Markus Jalk. Plinter and Jalk set personal best. Over the line we go to complete lap number 11. And it is now 9/10. So Patrikas Jokius in the last 4 laps alone has gone sub 40 seconds. He's just done a 39.9, whereas the 3 in front each did a 40.1. And Jokius now senses a window of opportunity. Maybe he's done a little bit of tyre conservation to keep a little bit in hand and to go after the 3 in front. And that gap between Jokius and Jauk was about 3.7 tenths of a second. They come across the line, lap 12 in the books. Another 39.9 from Patrikas Jokius. That is an incredible run of consistency for the GS Racing Club driver. And now Mazinas and Plinter have responded. They've both gone 39.9s respectively. The top 4 now covered by just under 9 tenths of a second. Any one of these 4 drivers can win this final. All it comes down to is one wrong application of throttle, one wrong application of the brake pedal, one wrong input on the steering, as the battle for 5th is really heating up. Rudolf Alexis leads Kater Spike and Matas Balcius in the battle for P5. But the battle for P3 really heating up. It's 0.834 between the top 4 at the moment. And the only driver to go sub 40 seconds was the man in 3rd place, Markus Jauk from Estonia. And Patrikas Jokius using every inch of the tarmac and then probably slightly beyond. But knows that there is an opportunity here. Mazinas has led every single one of the 14 laps so far. And the gap now goes under 8 tenths for the first time in a very long time indeed. And Jokius is still quickest out of the quartet at the front end of the field. He's doing an absolutely mighty job as the 251 from Lithuania. But it is a cat and mouse game at the moment. Expect that probably with maybe 2 or 3 laps remaining, it is going to start to kick off at the front end of the field. Rudolf Alexis and Kater Spike have pulled away from Matas Balcius, and they're embroiled in their own little battle over P5. The gap between Jokius and Alexis is 5.1 seconds. 0.73 separates the top 4 at the moment. The biggest gap is between Markus Jauk and Patrikas Jokius. That's 3rd and 4th place. Clean racing we're seeing again. An exemplary of how drivers develop over the course of their karting careers. And look at this, you cannot separate them. You could cover them probably with an A5 sheet of paper from a photocopier and still have room to spare. 0.6 is now the gap between the top 4. Or we've got a crescendo building towards the finale, a grandstand finale here in the Junior Rotax final. All 7 drivers still running, and after 16 laps, everyone is still on the lead lap. All covered by 8.1 seconds at the moment, but look how close the top 4. It's like how we started earlier on. No one giving an inch, no one taking a mile. So, lap 17 completed. So we've probably done the best part of about 18 and a bit kilometres of racing so far. And the gap is only 5 tenths. Just over half a second covering these top 4 drivers. And no one's wanting to blink yet. Someone's got to make that move that starts the chain reaction. So we're very close to hitting over 20 laps in this final. We've got the seniors coming up next, and that is going to be an absolute frenzy with 20 drivers set to compete. But yeah, Marius Mazinas is doing an absolutely sterling job. Mistake from Marcus Yao. All that's opened up the gap between him and Marco Plinter. And that, in some respects, is slightly compromised Patrikos Jokius, who needs to try and do something quickly and might need to do it now. So we go on to 3 laps remaining. Lap 19 in the book, so 22 laps set to be the recorded distance in this race. And Marius Mazinas has led every single one of them so far. And Rudolf Alexis has unfortunately dropped down into last place, promoting Cater Spike to P5, Matas Balcius to P6. But this battle here at the sharp end of the field, Patrikos Jokius, I think it's running away from him now. The top 3 are going to have 2 more laps to go. And Marco Plinter has yet to stick his nose up the inside of Marius Mazinas. He's got to get a good run of him. Coming out of that final corner, the gap now between the top 3 is 4/10. And Mazinas is starting to try and pull a little advantage. The advantage he has over Marco Plinter is around about a kart length and a half. As they go into turn 5, through goes Marcus Yauk up the inside of Marco Plinter. That's the first move. That's the first move that needed to be made. But has it come too little too late? Timer has expired. 1,060 metres remain of the Junior Max final here in Jelgava. And every single one of the 21 laps led so far by Marius Mazinas. And is on course for a Junior Max clean sweep this weekend. 2 wins in the heats, 1 the super heat. And has to hold off Marcus Yauk, who was 4/10 behind him as they cross the line to start the final lap of the race. But it could be, as I said, too little too late through turn 9. Turn 10. Marcus Yauk is going to try something out of the final corner, but it's not going to be enough. Lights out to checkered. It's job done for Marius Mazinas from Lithuania. And the Kiwi Racing Team, he wins after 22 laps. He did not put a foot wrong. Mazinas victorious here in Jelgava. Clean sweep. And wins by just 0.183 seconds after 22 laps. Marcus Yauk finishing just under 2/10 behind. 3rd goes to Marco Plinter. And Patrikos Jokius got to within 6/10 of the race winner at race's end. Cater Spike, Matas Balcius and Rudolf Alexis round out your finishers. What a race. Mazinas does the clean sweep here in Jelgava. And next up we head to our Senior Max final, which also will take place over 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So get ready for a roller coaster ride. It's time to take you through the starting grid of the Rotax Max Senior Final here at Jelgava. 14 minutes plus an additional lap. 20 competitors set to get into battle. Tom Streller from SM Racing will start on pole position, and he'll be joined by MRG Racing's Artyom Sestikovs on the front row of the grid. MRG Racing will actually round out row 2 and half of row 3. Alice Kirikovs and Roman Rodianovs will start on positions 3 and 4 on the grid. Head of Bruno Perla with Marta Spikes for Miniax Latvia. Rounding out 6th position, she'll start ahead of Adrian Stions and Timas Pesarica from MRG and SM Racing respectively. They round out row 4. Rounding out the top 10, Oliver Kirk from Estonia for Racing Academy. And for Latvia, the RM Latvia C squad, Alice Stolchamani. Ilya Sheremetyev and Martin Svalts round out and all SM Racing, row 6, with Linus Volunjevicius and Marius Karsiaukas rounding out row 7. Kate Drobiseva and Jorkasper Joipera round out row 8 ahead of Hans Markus Narusk. Kaius Petkus, Jonas Liakauskas and Artemis Baranovs rounding out the 20-strong field. Now it's time for our grids to get into formation, and they'll be told to slow. As we are set and ready for 14 minutes plus an additional lap of Senior Max action. Green flag drops straight away, and it's the run down to turn 1. Look how close they're packed, but Tom Streller gets the whole shot. Now into turn 2 for the first time. Is everyone going to make it through? It's a bit of a scrabble. Someone's lost either an exhaust or a chain guard in the background. But has everyone made it through? Streller leads as they go into turn 9. So there will be judges of fact keeping an eye on what part of a chassis might have come off. So if someone gets a technical black flag, we'll find out momentarily. Jorkasper Joipera, who started in 16th, moved up the order initially, but it is Tom Streller who leads from Karlis Kirikovs. Ation Sestikovs in P3, Bruno Perla 4th, Adrins Tions has jumped up to 5th from 7th on the grid. Oliver Kirk, Romans Rodinos, Marta Spikili, Sheremeta and Linus Volunjevicius rounds out your top 10. Kate Dorobiseva stuck between a rock and a hard place a little bit further down the order. She's currently in 17th position at the moment. So Oliver Kerg currently in 6th position in 363 from Racing Academy as the fastest lap of the race, 39.944. Tom Streller leads as we have completed lap number 3, new fastest lap by the Latvian, but it's Linus Volunjevicius, the Lithuanian, in the 3:04 for SM Racing, who's now made it up to 9th, having started 13th with the 39.617. Atium Sestikovs now ahead of Karlis Kirikovs, who's coming under fire. Right, it's Marius Karsiaukas that has the black flag. I thought it might be only a matter of time. And Karsiaukas, who was due to start 14th, who started 14th, the 373, now will have to park the cart in the pit lane. There's Adrins Tions closing in on Bruno Perla in the 318. That's the battle for 4th position, and just in front they've got Kirikovs to boot. But Tom Streller is away and clear. And this just goes to show how quickly one driver starts pulling away and everyone is scrapping for the leftovers on the dinner table on a Sunday roast dinner at the local pub. Bruno Perla now gets through on Karlis Kirikovs. Linus Volunjevicius now new fastest lap again, 39.420. We still have around about 10 minutes plus change still to go. Bruno Perla loses out in 2 positions, one to Karlis Kirikovs and then Adrins Tions just behind. For Marius Karsiaukas, the 373 for the Lithuanian Birolart squad run by Martinas Stankiewicz has unfortunately had to retire due to a technical black flag, or the meatball flag we call it here in the United Kingdom. Linus Volunjevicius again, another new fastest lap, 39.405. So Tom Strela leads Artyom Sestakov by just under 1.1 seconds. There is the driver leading the train behind. Karlis Kirikovs ahead of Adrian Sions with Bruno Perla, rounding out the top 5. All drivers running with MRG Racing and running on the Gillard chassis. Running out the top 10 from 5th downwards are Oliver Kerg, Roman Zrodinov, Linus Volonjevicius, Marta Spike and Martins Valds. As here we go, change for position. Adrian Tions through on Karlis Kirikov's 4P3. That was neatly done through the hairpin at turn 5. And now Artyom Sestakov is starting to hunt down Tom Strela and puts in a new fastest lap of the race. 39.369 for the 3:57 for MRG Racing. And then it's a squabble between a trio of his compatriots from the same morning for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Tions versus Kirikovs versus Perle. They've got Oliver Kerr closing in. Roman Zrodionovs and Linus Volonjevicius are not that far behind. Look, they're just coming into shot now. And Rodionovs is only half a second behind Oliver Kerr, so this is going to get really, really interesting from 3rd backwards. That's going to be 3rd to 8th. That's going to be 6 drivers battling for the final spot on the podium. Volonjevicius has gained 5 places. Adrian Sions 4. Joel Kaspar Jopera 4 places gained, having started down in 16th position. Oliver Kerg started 9th, now running P6. And then Martins Valts now rounding out your top 10. And Bruno Perla, in the meantime, has got through on Karlis Kirikovs. So that is a change for Well, no. Adrian Sions has lost two on the bubble. Kirikovs and Perla at the same time. So we are at the halfway point of this race and things are starting to kick off. A little bit further back, the best part of nearly 2 seconds behind Artyom Sestakovs. Tom Strela, new fastest lap of the race, 39.336 for the man from Marupe. That was a look there, a cheeky little look from Adrian Sions on Karlis Kirikovs going into the final corner at turn 11. Timas Peserica, new fastest lap of the race, the 3:41 from Latvia for SM Racing with a 39.289. And Tions gets through. So does Oliver Kerg. That's on Karlis Kirikovs. Kirikovs drops down to P6 as a result. Great bit of foresight there from Adrian Sions. Kerg goes wide into turn 9. Kirikovs does not hesitate to retake that position. And through goes Roman Zrodionovs in the meantime. 6 minutes to go, and Artyom Sestakovs now gets the gap down between him and race leader Tom Strela to just over 8 tenths. And sets a new fastest lap of the race, 39.261 by the 3:57 from MRG Racing. Does a lot of travelling with regards to mechanicking apart from his racing career as well. I spoke to him, I think it was last year. I caught up with him at the Miniax Karting Championship Nations Cup in Qatar. He was working for one of the Team Bahrain drivers. He said, yeah, I'm doing a bit more coaching now. It's always quite a good thing because as a driver that's competitive, people will recognise your skills and definitely give you an opportunity to showcase your prowess on how you can instruct another driver to listen. Oliver Kerg's now going to go for a dive bomb up the inside, and that is through. He's got through. Linus Volonjevicius has also gotten through as well, so he's on the move. We've got 5 minutes to go. Now this is when people are going to start to really push that little bit, that extra 10% harder around the lap. And still drivers, I think that was Emil Zachmans I saw by the side of the road as well there. So Roman Zrodionovs has been dumped out of the top 10 unceremoniously by the likes of Oliver Kerg, Linus Volunjevicius, Martin Spike, Martin Zvolts and Timons Peserica. So it's now everyone for themselves. And Sestikovs again, fastest lap of the race, 39.209. He has got that gap down to less than 3/4 of a second between himself and Tom Strehler. And there's the gap between them. Then you've got a big old gap between Sestikovs and Bruno Perlet. 2.661 seconds to the exact third decimal point. So Jörg Kasper Jodpura has also retired on lap 11 of this race. Battle for P3 really starting to heat up now because Adrian's T-odds is closing in on Bruno Perlet. Of course, they are under the same awning. So one of the cardinal sins that you should not commit on a circuit is take out your teammate whilst trying to pass them. Strehler and Sestikovs have run away. They are both like scalded cats on a hot tin roof on a sunny day during a heat wave. And Strehler has just been calmly getting on with the business at hand, but he can sense, he will know in terms of engine noise, looking around him, seeing what's happening, and he'll be given instructions by his mechanic if to say, okay, he's closing that gap, or start pushing away, start pushing. So that is lap 17 in the books, and Strehler starting to really put down a good marker. Tions in the meantime has got through for P3 on Bruno Perlet, so that change has happened on lap 17. But third place, it's been a difficult season for a few drivers, including Adrian Tions and Bruno Perlet, to say the very least, here in the Baltic region. And Bruno Perlet dives up the inside of turn 10, retakes third spot with just over 2 minutes to go. And that's going to put Adrian Tions into the clutches of Karlis Kirikovs. It is Volunjevicius and Oliver Kerg who are closing on in. And the gap between Bruno Perlet and Oliver Kerg at the moment is just 1.1 seconds. Adrian Tions, you've got to be very careful. Through into the hairpin. I think that was Kirikovs getting through. He did get through. Oliver Kerg, well, no. Linus Volunjevicius was there waiting in the wings and had no room at the end to try and get through. He's got to wait his turn, but he's not going to be able to get a victory. But there he goes through at turn 10. Volunjevicius and Kerg both get through on Adrian Tions, who drops from 4th to 7th within a matter of half a lap. Tom Strehler, another new fastest lap for the young man, 39.205. He's got the gap up to nearly a second between himself and Artyom Sestikovs. Meantime, Bruno Perlet has about 6.5 tenths between himself but with just under 30 seconds to go, Tom Strehler has not really, well, the closest challenge he's had is from the man behind him, Artyom Sestikovs, who's managed to get that lead down, that leading margin, at some point to around about just over 7/10 of a second. But can there be something that Sestikovs can do? On this particular occasion, no, he cannot, because Tom Strehler, once again, a new fastest lap of the race, 39.183. Timer has expired. So 23 laps, which is probably round about, I'd say close to Yeah, so just under 24.4 kilometers of racing. Last lap underway. And, well, main thing is that Tom Streller is nearly a second up the road from Artyom Sestakov, who's done a fantastic job to get where he is in this race. But it is going to come down to one moment. Tom Streller, man from SM Racing, has led every single lap from the green flag to checkered. He celebrates, and it's victory for Streller. Sestakov's in second, Perla in third, Kirikov's rounding out your top four. Good comeback by Linus Valinjevicius for SM Racing to finish P5 ahead of Oliver Kerg, Adrins Tions, Marta Spike, Martins Volts, and Timius Peserica round out your top 10. Roman Rodinovs finishing in 11th at the end of that race ahead of Elisa Stolchamani, Ilya Sheremeta, Hans Markus Hanuk, and Narusk and Kate Dropiseva rounding out the top 15. Then it's Kaius Petkus, Jonas Liurkauskas, and Artemis Baranovs that rounds out the 18 finishers. Unfortunately, for Joel Kaspar Jopera, we lost him on lap 11. And Marius Karasiaukas with a black flag, a technical black flag, retiring on lap 4. Next up, it's DD2. DD2 Masters, the final. So let's take you through the grid for DD2 and DD2 Masters, the final. It's going to be Edgard Vilkans and Devin Sigardi lining up on the front row. You can actually see the Masters grid coming up as well. So Pritsai will lead that one ahead of Rudis Klavins, Mikolas Mazinas, Gilles Salaitis, Ivazos, and then you'll have the likes of Edgard Vilkans, Devin Sigardi, Martin Zianovskis, Roland Sprudo, Pritsai rounding out the top 5 on the grid ahead of Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Ricardo Vargas, Andres Upkaup, Rudis Klavins, Mikolas Mazinas, Noyes Sherelaitis, Gilles Salitis, Ivars Us, and then we got Ignurm and Rodrigo Frams. That is your grid for today. It's set to be 15 drivers in competition. So into the tram lines we go. Revs are up, lights, the green flag drops, and we are underway. And it is going to be Vilkans that leads the field as they head through into the chicane for the first time. Now into turn 5 at the hairpin. Then into turns 6 and 7 before the 90 left here at turn 8. But Vilkans still holding on to that race lead. Looks like it's going to be a move. Pritsai up the inside of Roland Spruder. And that is for fourth on the road, I think. Or was that Tonis Johannes Dominguez? It was Dominguez that managed to get through on that particular occasion. No surprise that after the opening lap, Edgars Vilkans was going to take the fastest lap of the race. Janovskis and Sigardi going with the 469 on the Sodi Kart chassis. So the field once again makes its way through turns 3, 4 at the chicane. Now it's hard on the brakes, turn it in, rotate the car through 5. Once again, like we've seen in a lot of the racing earlier on today, there is some close quarter battling, and it's the top 3 at the moment. Devin Sigardi is the quickest out of the trio. He's done 2 fastest laps of the race. He's just put in a 39.471. Tonis Johannes Dominguez has made up 2 places. Andreas Upkalp 2 places. Mikolas Mazinas 2 places. And also looks like it is Janovskis, Martin Janovskis, made up 1 place. Currently runs P2, having started 3rd. The gap between these 3 were 0.338 to the second last time around. And at this moment, blink and you might miss it. And Sigardi, for the last 3 laps, has gone quicker than anybody else, 39.410. Look how close they are. It is literally bumper to bumper. 0.284 covering the top 3. Sigardi trying to get the switchback on Janovskis through at 6 and 7. But the Estonian can't make it work. And he gets through! Oh, Sigardi, elbows out, robust. Gets through on Martin Janovskis. Now it's the run into turn 2 again, just behind them. The battle over 4th place between Tonis Johannes Dominguez and Roland Sprude is definitely going on like a powder keg at the minute. Andreas Upkalp, new fastest lap of the race, 39.374 for the driver in 6th position for the AGS racing team. So out of the final corner we go once again. Lap number 6 completed. Devin Sigardi is on a tear. That is his 5th. I think out of the race laps so far, that is his 4th lap where he has been the fastest out of anybody on circuit. That is incredible consistency for Sigardi. He now has the carrot dangling in front of him. And yes, unfortunately, a carrot is orange. What's one of the colours of the Sodi Kart livery? Orange. There is the proverbial karting carrot that he wants to get past in front of him to go and see if he can pull a lead. But at this point, with just under 9.5 minutes to go, sometimes discretion is the better part of valour. You want to hold your cards close to your chest, and when the moment presents itself, you strike whilst the iron is hot. We could see a 38-second lap time if we're not careful, because Devin Sigardi has just put in a 39.025. No one else has been that quick apart from Janovskis and Vilkans, the 2 that he is battling with for the race victory. And look at Sigardi now, another new fastest lap, 2 100ths. Off of a sub 38, the 39 second lap time for the Estonian. He is putting the pressure hard on the shoulders of Edgars Vilkans. Through into 6. That's where he got through on Janovskis a couple of laps ago to get into P2. Looks like Roland Sprude is leading the way in terms of the battle from fourth backwards. He's got through Antonis Johannes Dominguez as they come across the line. Sprude fourth, Dominguez fifth, DD2 Cup, Say, Beck Vargas, Mazinas, Jarolaitis, Clavins, Zalaitis, Us, Nurm and Frams. So top three in the respective classes at the moment. There are your top three in DD2. Edgars Vilkans, Devin Sagadi and Martin Janowskis. Top three in Masters. Seventh overall, it's Blitzai in the 519. Then Mikolas Mazina in the 577. Rounding out the top nine. And then Rudis Clavins, who is 1.5 seconds off of a overall top 10 finish as things stand. So he's currently in 11th place. He's got a long way to go in a short time to get there. Anyone might remember the film Smokey and the Bandit with the late great Burt Reynolds. Also had Sally Field in that film, along with the late Jackie Gleason, who played Sheriff Buford T. Justice. And my good friend, the voice of the grand finals, Mr. Henry Baudet, would love to hear those words being uttered right now if he was in the commentary box alongside me. But Devin Sagadi is not giving this up. It's 0.13 to look. Oh, he's done it. He has gone sub 39. So has Janowskis. 38.963 for Sagadi. 38.995 for Janowskis. Janowskis did it first, but Sagadi has done it on his own terms. And now, with 6 minutes and 20 to go, I feel a powder keg brewing and waiting to explode once the fuse has been lit, and now the race is on. Sagadi comes out of the final corner in the wheel tracks of Edgars Vilkans, who goes to defend into T1. Could only make one move, and did enough at that point. Well, what can you say about this race? We've had some great battles in Mini, Junior, Senior. Now we've got it in DD2 as well. And the top three putting on a hell of a show. Hit at Jelgava, Janowskis to the inside of Sagadi. Runs him a little bit wide. Sagadi manages to hold on. They rubbed sidewalls. Right front to left rear. Sagadi was not going to give that one up. And now he's lost time to Vilkans. Devin Sagadi is between a rock and a hard place right about now. So just over 5 minutes remain on the counter for the DD2 and DD2 Masters final. Blitzai in 7th still leads the Masters class. And his nearest opponent, Mikolas Mazinas, is a further 3 karts behind and is about the best part of 16 seconds off. Devin Sagadi in trying to catch up with Edgars Vilkans. Another new fastest lap on the race. 38.922 for the 444. The AGS racing team. Absolutely stellar combat at the sharp end of the field as they go through into turn number 9. So can Sagadi and Janowskis close that gap? And Janowskis now takes the fastest lap of the race, 38.911 for the 422, running with MRG Racing. And again, just look at the commitment. They're having to use brakes, drop it down to first, then accelerate out of the corner whilst shifting to second. So on these karts, it's a gearbox driven kart as opposed to the traditional direct drive that you will see from micro up to senior. And the top 3 covered by half a second. Quickest out of the top 3 that particular time was Devin Sagadi. By how much? 1/1000th of a second. Andreas Subcup has lost 2 places, has dropped from 6th, now runs 8th behind Ricardo Vargas and Fritzai. You know, when you got that gut feeling, there is definitely a gut feeling at the moment that something might go awry here, but with the way things are going, it's about who blinks first, who puts their cards on the table once they are called to do so. Who's going to have a pair of 8s? Who's going to have 3 kings? But more importantly, who's going to have a full house on a deck of cards? Janovskis, 38.842. Now showing his pace, because he's been behind these two pretty much all race long. He has kept a calm head on all of this. But when you want that victory, you'll do everything in your power legally to get it done. Vargas gets through on Donis Johannes Dominguez for P5 in the meantime. This is just another absolutely captivating race at the sharp end of the field. So they cross the line. New fastest lap of the race, and finally the race leader responds and opens up the gap between the top 3 to just under 0.6 of a second. 0.33 between him and Devin Sigardi in P2. I think pretty much everyone at the moment is running out on circuit, so but Edgars Vilkans has done a sterling job. There's going to be the pace has really increased, because get this, the fastest lap changed 3 times within about a second. Edgars Vilkans 38.872. Devin Sigardi went and did a 38.850. Martin Zinovskis 38.813. Roland Spruder 38.775. And he is closing to within about 1.5 seconds behind Martin Zinovskis. So the top 3 covered by just under 2.1 seconds. 2 laps to go. Everyone in the top 5 has gone sub 39 seconds at one point or another. So next time around we will have the final lap. It's now a case of, can you push for that extra 10%? Can you make it work? Last lap underway. Vilkans has led every single one of them. Echoes of Marius Mazidis in juniors just a couple of races ago. Roland Spruder has the fastest lap, a 38.775. He's 2 seconds behind the last driver in the top 3. But what a drive for the 469 on the Sony kart chassis. Penultimate corner, and now the final corner. He is going to see the checkered flag. Edgars Vilkans victorious here in Jelgava by just under 0.3 of a second, ahead of Devin Sigardi. Martin Zinovskis round out your top 3. Roland Spruder takes 4th, but takes a little consolation prize, and that is the fastest lap of the race. Ricardo Vargas returns to 5th position at the end, ahead of Donis Johannes Dominguez. Fritzai takes top honours in Masters in 7th, ahead of Andreas Upkalp. Mikolas Mazinas and Rudis Klavins, who ran out your top 10. The latter 2 also round out the top 3 in the provisional Masters classification. Jurisalitis, Ivazus, Ignorm, Rodrigo Frams and Noya Sheralitis make it to the checkered, but winners in DD2 and Masters respectively, they are the 469 of Edgar Zvilkans and the 519 of Prit Sai from Estonia. So, time to get things under starters' orders for our penultimate final of round 3 of the season here at Jelgava. It's time for amateur DD2 Master and Heavy here at the circuit. Carlos Bricius will start from pole position, having taken a clean sweep in the heats and the superheat. He'll be joined by Edmund Zuskovics on row 1. Bruno van Hanens and Christoph Skalisons will round out row number 2 with Marcus Spikis and Dimitris Antunovics rounding out row number 3. Aids Os and Endis Vaznis round out row number 4 with Artus Zenis 9th. Martin Spikis will not be taking part in the final, apparently, and Yuri Spikis will round out the 11-strong grid. Once again, we go into battle for another 14 minutes plus an additional lap of racing here at the 1,060 metre Rutilis circuit here in Jelgava. Out of the final corner into the tram lines, that is a false start quite clearly and blatantly. So slap on the wrist, off you go, round and start again. Carlos Bricius doing an absolutely handsome job at the front end of the field, now has a 6.1 second advantage. No drivers setting to. Bricius just doing what he needs to do, and that is going to be lap number 16 in the books. 3.25 minutes to go. This driver just looks so effortlessly calm. Now, Vasnis and Zenis are both pretty much a lap down off of the leaders now. Was Carlos Bricius, they're the 433. Holding on to a comfortable lead, which was at the end of lap 17, a 6-second advantage. And Carlos Bricius, first driver in this session to go underneath the 40-second barrier. He's just put in a 39.799 on that particular occasion. He's just pounding in the laps at the moment. And another fastest lap. What can you say? There's no real amount of superlatives that can fully convey what the 433 has done. So the top 6. Things are starting to close up a little bit. It might be a little bit too little too late, I fear for Christos Kalixonens and so Van Hanen's, Kalixons and Spicius will be in the latter stages of the race contending for that final top 3 position. In the words of the late great Murray Walker, it's difficult to catch it. Oh, no. Oh, that's going to be a lot of back pain there for the 488. Van Hanen's just went for a lunge on Zuskovics, I think. Oh, dear. Oh, there we go. So they're running out. There's several people running out to Bruno Van Hanen's. And he's got discomfort in his back. He got out of the car under his own power, but that is very, very scary. So the timer has expired. There will be yellow flags at turn 9. Last lap underway for this race. Oh, well, that is Endis Vasnis. He's just seeing the right side. But our leader is on the final lap. And it is going to be Carlos Bricius that is going to take the race win here for Amateur DD2, Masters and Heavy. He takes the win after 22 laps. And a very despondent, very hurt looking Bruno Van Hoonens walks away from the scene of the accident where he went over the back end of another kart. But the main thing is I'm glad to see him on his feet and he's okay. That is what matters the most. So Carlos Bricius wins the DD2 Heavy and DD2 Master Amateur Final. After 22 laps, his winning margin over Edmund Zuskovics was 9.2 seconds, with Kristaps Kalixons now inheriting through that incident with Bruno Van Hoonens, that Kalixons rounds out the top three. Marcus Spikas fourth ahead of Dimitri Antunovics and Artur Zenis. Bruno Van Hoonens and Endis Valsnis retiring on lap 19. Azos out on lap 1, along with Juris Spikas, who had a very bent back axle on his Puro chassis. Well, one more race to go, folks, before we call time here at Jelgava for this weekend here in July. And up next, it's the final for Tillitson T4 Latvia. It's time for our last race here at round 3 for Rotax Max Challenge Latvia, the Latvian Karting Championship, and of course the Latvian Karting Cup. It's time for our final race, and it is Tillitson T4, the final. Daniels Bernzins will start on pole position ahead of Edvards Jimenez. Kirill Dimitrievs and Christian Zladzans will start on row 2 ahead of Maris Zladzans and Walters Volotovs for row 3. Rem Schmitz and Ralf Leyens round out the next row ahead of Rudolf Berzins, Dacia Grosberger, Marcus Heidemanis, Maya Gomberger and Robert Zenis completing the starting order. So 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Local time fast approaching 4:30 in the afternoon here in Eastern Europe, as we are set and ready for the final race of the weekend. So Daniels Berzins will lead the field along with Edvards Jimenez into the tram lines. Revs rise, green flag drops first time straight away as everyone will fan out and head into turn 1 on board these Tillitson T4 chassis, mated to a 260, well, I think it's 270cc 4-stroke engine, direct drive with Maxxis tyres, as there is going to be a little bit of stumble. Someone tried to go through for 5th place at turn 5. But our top 4 have started to move away. So it looks like it's a 12 minute plus 1 lap final here for Tillitson T4. So Daniels Berzin's lead by just under 7/10 of a second ahead of Kirill Dimitrievs, who got through on Edwards Jimenez on the early goings in this race. Christian Lazans holding on to 4th and trying to hold on to the coattails of the 931, but he decides through at turn 5, dives up the inside, takes P3. The favour is returned through turn 6 and 7. So it is early stages in this race. It's going to be side by side here for 3rd place, and that was Ladzans through on Dimitrievs. So Christian Ladzans getting through their textbook. It kind of reminded me of, I think it was Edgars Vilkans doing that same move a couple of years ago at the same corner. So 9 minutes and 40 seconds plus an additional lap remains. But there has been drop. Now, is there rain starting to fall? There's 3 that have gone off at turn 2. Now, was that rain that started to... Well, we got a yellow flag. There were 3 carts off. So, has there... Now, the thing I'm looking for is a slippery surface flag. That's what I'm looking for here. Yes. It looks like the rain has come back. I'm just awaiting for confirmation. But I think that's probably why we had 3 carts off at turn 2 just a moment ago. But everyone is still running on the circuit. So it looks like it is raining again. So the drivers are going to be hemorrhaging lap times, and it's going to be a case of getting these carts to the end of the race. Now, I do see there's a green flag being waved on one part of the circuit. Is there a yellow flag? Oh, yeah. Well, there's the 917, Maya Gomberga. Oh, there's another spinner. That's Maris Ladsons, who was running P5. So he's obviously going to drop down the order. Has been passed by Rudolf Berezins, who's now up to P5. So it's slight rain, but even the slightest amount of rain will cause slight problems with slick tyres that have been heated up. And Chemistry 101 dictates that when a hot tyre gets a little bit of cold water on it, it can cause the tyre temperature to drop, and thereby you lose the purchase on the circuit. And especially the minute water hits grass, it gets wet. So just a shower, I think is probably the term. Slight rain was the wording that was mentioned to me. But it is going to showcase that Daniels Berzin's doing exactly what he needs to do here in the 919. So they've got to be just very, very careful going through particular parts of the circuit, because you do not want to pirouette, make a fool out of yourself in the meantime. So the best lap from Daniel Bertins was a 45.7. He's now running 10 seconds a lap slower. He's about to complete lap number 7. Has a lead of at the moment it's about 8.1 seconds. And it's just gone across the line, done a 56.322. Kirill Dimitrievs crosses the line, 57.209. So pretty marginal in terms of the, well, there's more than a margin that you can shake a stick at between Daniel Bertins and Kirill Dimitrievs, and then Christian Ladzin's Ladzan's closing in on Dimitrievs just ahead of him. The pair are about 9/10 of a second apart. So 5 minutes to go, plus that additional lap. Even with those curbs, that can be a bit tricky, especially if the curbs have slight water channels in them and catch the downward falling rain or water thereof and hooks it up in the channels. Then what can then happen is the fact that they are going to be slipperier than an ice rink around here at Jelgava. A very different noise from these particular carts. They have a bit of a rumble rather than the sound of a hornet's nest. But Daniel Bertins leads the way by a comfortable 10.7 seconds. Like I say, it's not going to be that. It's not going to be easy when you are at this point of the race weekend. You just get your head down, try and do your level best, and stay in front of everybody else that is behind you. One wrong move, one slip up, and your front axle will swap with the back axle quicker than you can say the words "Mamma Mia," and that's saying something. But they are still all circumnavigating their way around the circuit. 18 degrees centigrade. Yellow flags at turn number 8, so somebody has had a drama. Not too sure who that might be. So that would have been coming through turn 8, so let's just see. Well, Robert Senis has been given the blue flag. And is a lap down off of the race leader, who is running in the 59.8. So, and oh, who is that? That is, oh, that's at the chicane. I can't pick out the number. Maybe if they pull that. There we go, 982. And that was Marcus Heidemanis, who was running 12th and is now going to be a lap down off of the leaders. So he's got the cart going again. As Another one losing it, and that was the 917 of Mayo Gomberga. Maya having another spin to add to the driver's woes, I'm afraid. He just got to tippy-toe around this circuit. So Heidemanis drops to last. Maya Gomberga, I think, pretty much got away. Might have just gotten away with that one, because Maya was closing in on Rem Schmitz in the 905 for 6th position. But we are coming towards the end of the race meeting itself, and the timer has hit 0 for the final time here this weekend. And what a dominant display it has been for Daniels Beresins in the 919, who is making his way down into turn number 8 for the penultimate time into 9. So last lap is underway for Daniels Beresins in the 919. Not a foot put wrong at all. Making his way through traffic, has been told by Dacia Grossberger to go through. It has come to this final moment, the last race of the weekend, and Daniels Beresins is going to make it a pretty good weekend in the office. He comes out of the final corner and wins the final here in Tillitson T4 Latvia. Dacia Grossberger and Maris Ladzans cross the line, 1 lap off of the leader, but that man deserves every accolade that he has picked up this weekend. Kirill Dimitrevs and Christian Ladzans will round out the top 3 in the final result. The winning margin, 13.5 seconds. Daniels Peteris Beresins says, this is my time. A great job by him, and it's such a close-knit community at Tillitson T4 Latvia. The rest of the field come across the line to complete the race. Daniels Beresins takes the victory here in Tillitson T4 Latvia, the final for this stage of the championship season, ahead of Kirill Dimitrevs by 13.5 seconds. Then Christian Ladzans, followed by Rudolf Beresins, who made great progress up the order from outside of the top 10, I believe. Edvard Skimenis, Rem Schmitz, Maya Gomberga, Valters Volosovs, Ralph Lanes, Dacia Grossberger rounding out the top 10. Maris Ladzans. Then we got Roberto Zenis and Marcus Heidmanis that brought it across the line with everyone finishing. We've had some official results come through from the other finals earlier on today, that Rems Alods Nagrado took the win in Microax Amateur ahead of Karimis Kukutis and Valters Vaznis. The top 3 in Microax, Emilis Kapkauskas, Andrius Manusis and Oskaras Bakutis. In Minimax, Emilis Uazaitis, the winner, ahead of Martins Lapins and Joris Stankovic. What a race that was to remember. Then Majas Mazinas took a clean sweep, where the top 4 rounded out by Marcus Jauk, Marco Plinter and Patrikos Jokius, were covered by just under 0.6 of a second after 22 laps of racing. Tom Strehler would take the win in senior Rotax ahead of Artyom Sestnikovs and Bruno Perla. There's still some more decisions to be made, as every result you've seen today has been provisional, pending any sporting checks. Well, on that note, folks, it's been a real pleasure to be back in the booth here for round 3 of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Latvia, the Latvian Cup and the Latvian Karting Cup. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes that has made this weekend work, including our streaming partners at No Limits, our timekeeping by Race Planner, everyone behind the scenes, the teams, the drivers, the families, the marshals at the circuit, the medical crew, recovery crew, and more importantly, you watching at home. The season continues as we've reached the halfway point, as the road to the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals continue in earnest, as we will head for a double header in the first and the second weekends of August at the 333 Baltic Circuit in Rotax. Until next time, race hard, race fair, and if in doubt, well, you better go flat out. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Goodbye for now.